Good evening and welcome to the fifth meeting for the Planning Board of Fiscal Year 2024. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and begin by introducing the members of the Planning Board and our staff. If you'd like to begin, Cheryl?
Yes, Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Maggie?
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Sean?
Sean Fahey, member.
Jim?
Jim Davis, member.
And Meredith Hall, serving as chair. And to introduce our staff, Tim?
Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Josh?
Josh Eckhart-Lee, Assistant Director for Planning and Community Development.
Julie Gavin.
Great, thank you all, and thank you for everyone joining us tonight. We would, actually, it's not on here, but I am going to allow the citizens speak. If there's anyone from the public who would like to join us to speak this evening? Yes, I know that.
We have a preliminary hand raised on the Zoom.
Oh, okay, great. All right. We can take the Zoom was up first, and then we'll move. Okay, great.
Hi.
Recording in progress.
Hi, thank you for allowing me some time to speak. My understanding is this is a special meeting with regard to the MBTA Communities Act. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Can we ask her to pause until we get volume?
Yeah. Is it, Echo, is it possible to adjust your volume?
Or it's our volume in the room, I
Or
think.
it may be our volume.
Yeah, I think actually we need the volume that was coming out of Tim's computer.
Is this a bit better?
Perfect.
There we go.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yes, okay, well, thank you. My name is Echo Berquist. I'm a Milton resident. I live at 42 Lincoln Street. And I wanted to take a few minutes to just speak in support of the MBTA Communities Act. As a parent of two young children, my primary interest is making sure that we are doing all we can to address affordable housing issues, and also the intersecting issues of climate change that we're seeing happen right now this summer, breaking records in terms of climate events nationwide and in Massachusetts. And the MBTA Communities Act is specifically designed to be a swift response statewide to both issues of housing affordability and climate change, driven largely by cars and traffic. We all hate the traffic, and I think that the intent of zoning for denser housing near transit, and also near, in the case of Milton, near the bike path that I use every day, near businesses, near doctor's offices, will reduce car trips that are unnecessary for the folks that live there. It will increase foot traffic at our local businesses in town. It will be a boon for economic development in the area. It will reduce the traffic in the area by having people who can afford to live in a great location rather than having to drive in and increase traffic on our roads from farther away. Generally, I think, I'm a bit embarrassed knowing that other communities have acted swiftly to be in compliance with this state law, and I would urge you in your leadership role to swiftly comply with the law as well in Milton. And again, I appreciate your time, and thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you very much. And next we had, from the audience, if you would like to join us, yes, we have two people. And then,
Yeah, hi, Brian O'Halloran.
please come
7
join us.
Milton Terrace.
Great, please come and sit down. You can join us at the table.
Sit down here.
Yes, right there. That's good. Welcome, Brian.
Yeah, thank you. Brian O'Halloran, 7 Morton Terrace. I wanted to speak a little bit about reclassification. That's an issue that is big in everyone's mind these days, and in particular, there's 3 points I'd like to make. So, with reclassification, would tremendously lower the number of units that we'd have to adhere to. And we're talking like a 60% reduction from 2,461 to 984. That's significant. And it gives us opportunities. When I was first thinking about this whole issue months ago, I was definitely in the noncompliance camp. But I realize that there are opportunities in the commercial space to be able to do something creative with this. But it's got to be managed in a way and with numbers that are reasonable. So that's the first point. In addition, it buys us more time. And I think we need time to really think about this and make it work for everyone in Milton. And finally, I think it gives us more options too. And I think that one of the options is by reducing the numbers. Mr. Zawinski has been incredibly diligent and hardworking on this whole issue. He's trying to cram a refrigerator into a bread box, and that's really hard to do. And it would free him and the rest of us to think more creatively about zoning. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, please join us.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
I'm Jeff Wilkinson. I live at 199 Beacon Street, and I am a town resident for 35 years. I'm also co-founder of Affordable Inclusive Milton, but I'm speaking for myself tonight. I strongly favor compliance with the MBTA communities law, and I'm disturbed by the level of friction between the Select Board and the Planning Board on this matter. It's really been tough reading the Milton Times lately. And I know I've got friends in this room who don't see this issue the same way I do, and so, you know, we've got our own little mini civil war brewing, but we'll bring these families together. I think the Select Board acted responsibly in seeking clarification about why Milton is classified as a rapid transit community under the law. Given the fact that we don't get to make that classification, and we have 4 stations in Milton, I don't think it's surprising that we're classified that way, but we'll see what the MBTA says. And meanwhile, I appreciate the previous speaker's points. I think for some, the effort to reclassify is tantamount to a delay tactic. And I doubt that most proponents expect that this effort will really succeed, given the history and given the law. And I've read the detailed arguments on both sides of this. So I think it buys time for a larger campaign to oppose the law. And I know that diverges from assertions a New Citizens Group has put on its website, saying that Milton has a choice, namely to forego grant funding under the law that represents less than 1% of the town's budget. But to be fair, the Attorney General has been very clear with an advisory and repeated press announcements that all MBTA communities have to comply with the law, and MBTA communities can't avoid their obligations under the law by foregoing grant funding. The AG's advisory applies to all 177 MBTA communities. It's not just directed to the rapid transit communities. So even if we got reclassified, which would indeed buy valuable time, we don't in fact have a choice about compliance other than the court enforcement action and from the AG in a lawsuit from Lawyers for Civil Rights. I'm a former town meeting member for 20 years. I recognize how ambitious this zoning is. I wish we had more time too. If the reclassification worked, that'd probably be a good thing for us. But you know, I personally think that this law is to our benefit. The Select Board acted responsibly in committing publicly to complying with the law and expressing its preference for option 1. We're less than 3 months away from a special town meeting on December 4th. Taking timely action based on the best information currently available is the only responsible thing to do. I'd like to be Milton to be seen as a regional leader in addressing this regional crisis. Updating our zoning to allow more multifamily housing will benefit our town in multiple ways. I'm tired of hearing arguments against compliance based on scare tactics. I'd like to see us fashion creative approaches to solve problems that we've helped to create with our own exclusionary zoning through the years. I'd like to see us look at reassuring evidence from other towns, and there's plenty of that evidence. I certainly don't want to be standing in the company of towns like Middleborough and Holden, which has already been sued for its defiance of the law. And I've seen those towns quoted on websites in our own town. I'd like to see the considerable talents of this board focused on creative problem solving about how to comply, rather than to see this escalation of skirmishes between the select board and the planning board, and certainly rather than putting hardworking town employees in the middle of dynamics involving elected officials. It would be refreshing to see a majority of the board reassure residents that compliance won't in fact result in the radical transformation of our community. There's no blast zone. We won't be exploding school enrollments. We're not facing an imminent build-out of 2,461 units. And since the state's formula recognizes existing units, the net new number of units that could be built probably over many years with revised zoning would total in the hundreds, not thousands, and even assuming that we don't get reclassification. So I agree, actually, that the sequence of board actions here was unusual and unfortunate. But there's no reason the planning board can't get back out in front of this. You still have the opportunity, and I wish you would. We need you to take the mantle of leadership with a focus on the potential that this law has for our town's future. So please, figure out how to work together with greater harmony. We really need you to be proactive in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff.
We have a hand raised by Deborah Fulton on Zoom.
Okay, welcome, Deborah.
Hi, it's Deborah Felton. I can hardly hear any of you, including the speaker, the last speaker. There's something wrong with your microphones. I've tested it on other devices in my house. I really think it's your volume on your mics. If you could take care of that, I'd appreciate it.
Deborah, can you hear those of us with the mics next to us, like me right now?
Very, very faint. And I could hardly hear Jeff.
It's a YouTube stream, and it's the same thing going. I think that's the person.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, please go ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Did we lose her now?
She's muted herself.
Deborah?
I don't have anything else to say. I really just want to hear all the speakers and what each planning board member has to say about this. I've been watching every meeting, so I'm interested in the development, but you're all very faint. And Jeff, I couldn't hear it all.
That might have been, he could have spoken into that, a little closer to that speaker, maybe.
Are we live also on Milton Access TV? Yes, okay.
Okay. Anyone else from the audience who would like to speak or any answer? Please join us. Thank you.
I probably don't need a microphone.
Okay.
I'm Michael.
Just in case, you can pull it up.
I'm Michael Bamberg from 541 Elliott Street, and I'd like to make 3 quick points. One, I was very ambivalent about this whole thing one way or the other until I went to an AIM meeting, and they convinced me that it was wrong. But anyway, my points. The MBTA rapid transit, according to MBTA statistics, the trains, the red line trains, run over 20,000 people an hour capacity. The trolley runs 6,000 people a day. There's a huge divergence in effectiveness of these 2 modes of transportation. And the other is we moved to the town because of the trolley. And in the end, I found it easier to walk to Longwood Medical Area than to take the damn trolley. So to finish making my decision, I went down to the Capon Street train station. I sat there for an hour. I counted people who came to take the train. And in the hour from 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, 2 people came to take the train. Yet 8 cars came up Capon Street from the dead end. So So a lot of people come here because of the trolley, and then they're off into cars. And that's what's going to happen with this excellent intention. It's going to absolutely flood that end of town with traffic. We already have, 5 major roads coming into that intersection. So that's it. Thank you all for what you're doing now.
Thank you for. Yes, Pete. Let's go, Judith.
Good evening. Peter Jackson, 14 Capon Street. As you all know, I've been following this and engaging in it for quite a while and trying to understand what it means. I am in favor of compliance, but the more I study this, I find out that there's a lot of variety in potential compliance. I think it's possible to have compliant zoning that creates very little new housing or does so very slowly. I think there's also compliance that is a positive attempt to create opportunities for additional multifamily housing. And I urge you to take the second route. I don't think we necessarily, have to look forward to 2,400 new units in the short term. I personally think that that's excessive as a need at this time, maybe over, several decades or something. Adding that might be good. Since the last meeting, I've been spending my time walking. I've looked at all the different sub-districts proposed, but I've spent a lot of my time walking in what's been termed the triplex area to look kind of lot by lot in what converting those houses, and I had both the assessor's plan that showed the size and the dimensions of the lot, as well as, looking at the type of housing there and where it's located on the lot. And I think I reached several conclusions. I think where there are two-family houses, particularly if they're constructed that there's a significant third floor, that would not be that difficult to make it a three-family. And since it's already multifamily, and if we're preserving the basic architecture, I don't think it has a big imposition on the neighborhood character, which of course is one of the things people have talked about quite a bit. I think the same would go for single families, I guess, that have a big third floor or whatever, but I think it's less likely to get people to want to redevelop those. I think the single-family houses on smaller lots, and I call smaller lots under 7,500 square feet, I think with development economics, it would be unlikely that those would be converted, because I think the cost to convert and the income derived probably would not support significant investment in those properties. I think it's possible that a single-family house, if as part of the zoning ADUs were allowed, whether they be within or attached to the existing structure or a totally separate structure, could be added, but that makes a two-family rather than a three-family, and I really don't know what that means in terms of compliance here. I think I've reached the conclusion, and I've said this before, I think 7,500 square feet is really a minimum size that a single-family house can comfortably be converted to a three-family house and have any opportunity for any design creativity that makes the reconstructed building fit in with the size and the character of the neighborhood. So I think those are going to be difficult to do. Under 7,500 square feet, I continue, as I have from the very beginning, to suggest that larger lot size should be looked at. And I don't know why we're not looking to extend a little bit into some of the entire triplex zone is, within 1,000 feet of the stations, but yet the law provides to put half of our zoning within a half mile of the station. So I don't know why these zones can't expand a little bit in order to get some larger lots that really have, there's some beautiful single-family houses on a large lot that if somebody wanted to, they could put on an extension that looked, totally consistent with the existing architecture, but yet could include a couple more units and do so again without interrupting the character of the neighborhood. So I hope that in looking at more detail, you think creatively on how these existing units will fit into neighborhoods and preserve the character of neighborhoods. I mentioned this last time and I'll mention again, I would invite any of you or you as a group to take a walking tour of the neighborhood to talk about some of these issues. I'm delighted that for the first time you're devoting an entire meeting to really start to get in the nuts and bolts of what this means and what it looks like. There's been a lot of talk, but not a lot of opportunity with your busy agendas and things to spend time to, look at these things and look at and talk about them and really get an idea of what this means on the ground. So I encourage you to go ahead with that kind of analysis and look forward to supporting good zoning, which provides additional opportunities for multifamily housing. Thanks.
Thank you, Pete. And I think we have time to take one more, and then we should introduce our, yes, welcome. Hi there, welcome.
Hello. Good evening, all. My name is Mark Christo. I live at 17 Waldo Road. I hope I could be heard.
You can pull the microphone a little closer.
A little closer?
Make sure, yeah.
Okay.
That's great.
Uncomfortably close, I guess.
It adjusts up more.
Okay. Great.
Thank you for having me. I'd like to talk today about reclassification. I do see these as two different issues, both the reclassification as well as compliance. I would like to offer 3 incredibly compelling reasons to support a request for reclassification, all backed by what I think is factual evidence. 1, there was the 1960s abandoned campaign to convert the Mattapan trolley to rapid transit. 2, there's the Mattapan trolley's operational inferiority. And 3, there's the recent 2023 presentation by the MBTA titled The Mattapan Trolley Transformation. And in it, we found that the trolley route will not be incorporated as part of the rapid transit. To the first point, the campaign to convert the Mattapan trolley to rapid transit. It was abandoned in 1969. It extended from 1967 through 1969. And we haven't heard much about it, but I'd like to offer some commentary. To what extent would the conversion of the trolley line to rapid transit have affected Milton's landscape? It would have been profound. There would have been, first, a full elimination of 3 of Milton's 4 local stops. Central Ave, Valley Road, and Capon Street would be permanently closed due to the need to provide sufficient separation between stations, not stops, for ample acceleration and deceleration of longer, heavier, and noisier rapid transit trains. As a result, our town would retain just 1 stop at Milton, which would have been upgraded to a station. And for the record, Butler and Cedar Grove would have been sacrificed as well. So 5 of the 6 would have been eliminated. The rapid transit conversion would have required the construction of massive train yards and repair bonds in the Neponset River marshland. Hard to believe that there was no conservation committee to even step in to stop such actions. But had that happened, that we would have been train yards off of Butler Street in Dorchester and in the shadow of Governor Hutchinson's Field and alongside the Harvest River Bridge and that large swath of land that extends upon the river down behind Capon Street to accommodate hundreds of Red Line trains. The need to fully rebuild the trolley's entire train bed, infrastructure, and safety systems for third rail operation, including an assembly of a dozen bridges, underpasses, viaducts, and road crossings, all to be made wider, deeper, and larger. It's a massive undertaking. The last point that I'd like to talk about this was there would have been a need to fully construct 2 new elevated viaducts, and think of it at Central Ave and Capon Street, but particularly at Central Ave, needed to separate the at-grade crossing by allowing third rail trains to pass overhead This would have had major consequential effect for the residential neighbors along Elliott Street and at Central Ave, and a major thoroughfare in and out of Milton, including the entire business district. I brought along a couple of Milton record transcripts that show pictures of what the transit station would have looked like at Capon Street, as well as statements from the MBTA from 1968 talking about this rapid transit, and the fact that 1,200 people protested at the meeting that included both Mattapan and Milton and Dorchester residents. So this is not a us against them type of thing. This was a fully concerted effort by people in all three communities because of the stops they would have lost, because of the conservation land that would have been sacrificed, and also because of just it was intensely, massive for us. The next point that I wanted to talk about, and I have talked about this before, but I'll brush upon it. The Mattapan trolley is distinctly dissimilar and operationally inferior to rapid transit. It is a small, antiquated single vessel with limited carrying capacity, and it operates as a standalone loop with stops that are within close proximity of each other. Its short 2.5-mile route is a connector road that transports people no further than Ashmont Station, which is the Red Line's rapid transit terminus. The Mattapan trolley only feeds it, much like a bus, and it does not, as we know, provide direct transport to downtown Boston. It requires, for everybody, a transfer with yet 2 additional wait times, one for the train as it enters at Ashmont Station, and the second wait time for the train to be sequenced and released. That's called dwell time. And that's a long wait. One day when I was there, it was about a 15-minute wait sitting on the train before that happened. I'd like to take note, too, that the redesigned Ashmont Station presents as a more cumbersome, lengthier, and prolonged transfer because the trolley offloads passengers now outside of the station, requiring passengers to walk inside before descending 1 flight of stairs to the rapid transit platform below. The old station, believe it or not, was a much more seamless transfer, and it was at the same grade level. The significant differences in service infrastructure and equipment demonstrate that the Mattapan trolley is not equivalent to the rapid transit and should not be classified as such, and I think there's every reason to go forward with a letter stating the factual evidence to the MBTA to have a discussion. Beyond that, I want to make mention of the June 2023 Mattapan transformation project that many of us attended. It was a Zoom conference online. And it was disclosed, even with the $66 million expenditure, that this will not have any intention of incorporating the Mattapan trolley into rapid transit. To do such would require the Ashmont terminus to be pushed out to Mattapan so that those rapid transit vehicles would come through Milton. And we know what the consequences would be based upon that 1969 campaign. We have factual evidence that's theoretical, but we could use that for comparing and contrasting the differences. And I think it's really important to understand, too, that the reason why the MBTA abandoned this in 1969, and John Cronin talked about December 19th, 1969, and there's a newspaper article from that time frame, I think it was Christmas Eve in 1969, that says, Advisory Board selects Dover Street. The MBTA, in its attempts to extend the rapid transit to Milton, was to accommodate and find space, land to build train yards. The Elliott Bennett train yard in Cambridge and Harvard Square was sold off. It was first to be used for the JFK Library, but now it's the Kennedy School of Government because Cambridge fought the JFK Library from being in their territory. But nonetheless, the MBTA had an opportunity to purchase via Penn Central, which is where my dad worked at the time, and when Amtrak took over, Penn Central was liquidating assets. They acquired the train yards at the West 4th Street Bridge, then called the Dover Street Yard, because Dover Street is East Berkeley Street, but we now know it's the Cabot Street Yards. And this gave them the opportunity to house trains and to have their repair facilities there without invasively extending the rapid transit. So it was by their own choice that that was done. In closing, I guess I should say at this point, I want everyone to understand that this is a very aggressive housing agenda. 2,461 units being asked of Milton to be built at this time. And it's based upon what I see a faulty premise, an erroneous classification. We need to petition the MBTA and DCHC, I still can't get the new acronym right, to reclassify ourselves to see to it that the MBTA's designation for the Mattapan trolley is not rapid transit, and I think the adjacent community categorization best fits Milton, much as it does, say, Arlington, with its close proximity to Alewife or Watertown, et cetera. It still will be massively challenging, but it will be beneficial for all of us. And with that, I'll thank you for all the time that you guys put into it. And I'll leave, these are my only copies. I can get copies for you to look at later, but if anybody wants to take a look at those Milton record transcripts, it's not on fiche. It requires a lot of hunting down at the library, so I need to make copies before I distribute them. But it is factual evidence, and that's the basis for my argument to say we need to pursue the reclassification option first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll leave them.
That's great. Good copies made. Okay. So with that, I think we can conclude our citizen speak and move to the discussion of MBTA community zoning and an update from Utile on compliance modeling and district boundaries. Tim, do you want to kick this off and say anything first?
I've got nothing except to. Does that echo like a thing? Does that happen to everybody?
No, I don't think so.
I'm not on.
I don't know.
Yes, we are hearing an echo.
Is that better?
Yes.
I don't know why it was unmuted in the first place. I don't have anything. Zoe Miller and Matt Littell from Utile are here. Happy to let them take it away.
Can you see that board?
No.
Seems like it's usually turned a little bit more.
It is. I know we didn't turn it further, but
Before we start,
Yes. okay.
yeah, that's great. Before we start, I just want to thank you, Tim, and you, Josh, for making yourselves available tonight. Sincerely appreciate it. You might not be able to be here all the nights, but we appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, we can welcome Zoe to.
Great. Thanks, all. So those of you who joined us for the last meeting where we discussed this, you would have met me in that setting, but those of you who are new to this, my name is Zoe Mueller. I'm a project manager for the consultant team that's supporting the town of Milton on this effort, providing technical assistance as you work through the details of this. So I'm a planner by training. I grew up in Cambridge nearby. I happen to grow up in a two-family, so this is an issue that's important to me personally, but I'm excited about working through it with you all and figuring out all the details that remain. With that in mind, I want to introduce Matthew, or give him the opportunity to introduce himself just before we get into things.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Littell. I'm principal at Utile. I work primarily in our practices areas of affordable housing, but also in issues related to zoning regulations. We're happy to join Milton. We've been helping several other communities with this effort, and I can say that no two towns or municipalities are alike with respect to compliance with this new law.
Welcome. Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and walk through slides. For the planning board members, please feel free to interrupt if you have questions as I'm presenting. And I am going to do just a really quick recap of some of the content that we shared last time, just so that all the members who are listening have a full understanding of where we're coming from and some of the things that we're sort of basing this on. So just going to double check that you can all see this slide for me.
Yep, we can see it too.
Okay, great. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick recap for you. And then I want to summarize the feedback that we received last time, just to make sure that we captured everything properly and on the same page moving forward. We're going to give you a reminder about the sub-districts that have been considered so far, including ones that have since been eliminated from further consideration. And then we're going to walk you through 3 variants, refinements of the options that we showed last time to address some of the requests that we received at the last meeting. And we'll conclude by just comparing those, and we also can show you an estimate of existing unit versus modeled unit comparison to help clarify that question that came up. So with that in mind, this already came up a little bit in public comment and citizen speak. I do want to just, make clear to everyone that it's not just loss of funds. This is an issue of fair housing law. And so this is something that does come with the potential for civil enforcement action and liability under federal and state fair housing laws. So it is not just a loss of funds. So I want that to be clear for everyone. And also that when this initially was announced, there were 3 programs that were listed as state grant programs that would be impacted, that you would lose eligibility for through if you were not compliant with this law. That has since been expanded. There are 13 additional discretionary grant programs that are listed to the right here that would also take into account compliance with this law in terms of favorable considerations. And some of these might be more familiar to you, things that you might have used more recently. So I do just want to clear that up. We don't need to dwell on it, but just so everyone has the information. And then this also came up in Citizen Speak, so I wanted to address it head on. This law considers multifamily housing to be 3 units and above. So a 2-family does not count towards compliance under this law. So just so that's clear. And there's a couple of other things in here I'm not going to go through in great detail, but as a reminder, this, you cannot carry any restrictions on age, number, size of bedrooms, number of occupants, et cetera, all with the fair housing laws in mind. And I'll go into this in a moment, but there has been an update to the guidance since it initially came out that allows for mixed use on a small percentage. So on 25%, or for 25% of the unit capacity, you can allow mixed use or require mixed use. Apologies for the misspeaking.
So a question, you did say we could interrupt with questions.
Yeah, please go ahead.
On that definition of multifamily, I understand that it could be 2 buildings with 2 units on one parcel and be counted or considered multifamily? Is that your understanding?
I believe that's my understanding as well. So it's in considering units per parcel, I believe is the
And do you know then if you had a single family on a parcel and you added 2 units to that, so you had in a separate building, so you had one building with a single unit and a separate building with 2 units, does that count as multifamily?
I believe it does. I can come back to you with a more complete validation of that for our next meeting.
That would be great, 'cause I think that's something that would be really important here.
And I have a question too. Did I read or hear correctly that EDUs are not counted towards this?
I think that would fall under the same clarification. So I'll be sure to come back to you with a certain answer on that. And perhaps, Matthew, if you have availability during the meeting, you can do a little bit of digging to see if you can get us an answer live. I think both good questions. We'll be sure to tie up those loose ends. There's lots of little details like that, so bear with us while we make sure we get you the right information. Don't want to mistake. And then the next thing I just wanted to review, because this is, again, something that is a source of a lot of confusion for folks. This is not saying that, I'm going to just focus on this number here, the 2,400 units, which is one of the targets that Milton has to hit to achieve compliance. This is not talking about 2,400 new, 2,461 new units. This is talking about a zoned capacity of 2,461 units. So it's important to think about that when you're, conceptualizing the impact on the town. This is talking about overall zoned capacity, not what is on the ground now, and not new units that will be added to what's on the ground now. It's it sort of encompasses both existing and new. It's just about what the zoning allows, not what's built or what will be built. Okay. So with that, the next thing I wanted to just give a direct report out on, this is we mentioned at the last meeting, but there is a new mixed use provision that does allow for up to 25% of the multifamily unit capacity to be contributed from a mixed-use district. In other words, a district that requires ground floor non-residential programs. So like a ground floor retail, for example, might be an example of how that could pan out. We are still getting familiar with all of the sort of nitty-gritty details of this, but that's sort of at a big picture level, that is what the new guidance allows for, which is an excellent update for communities like Milton that are looking to include other non-residential components in districts where mixed use is a priority. The last bit of kind of background that I wanted to offer before we dive into the mapping and the concepts themselves is just to, make clear the urgency of coming to a decision today on some of this work, because we are in the current, classification, which we will continue to operate under until we hear otherwise. That means that we have to be on track for compliance with the state by the end of the calendar year. Which means submitting to the state in advance of that deadline. And the best path to move through is to submit for pre-adoption review to the state, which enables them a first look at what you're planning to do, so that you can get feedback, incorporate any adjustments that you need to make, and be confident going into that vote at town meeting that you're voting for something that will in fact achieve you compliance. So we are suggesting that the town of Milton aims to submit for that pre-adoption review by the third week of September here, by the 22nd, so that you're on track to receive feedback from the state before you go into that final vote. So we're looking at, our hope is that at the end of this meeting today, we can get some clarity on the district location, sizes, parcels, et cetera, and some clarity on which of the variations that we've provided are the best aligned with what you'd like to see. And then we will come back to you for the meeting on the 14th with more kind of refinements of any remaining parameters, focusing on issues of kind of urban design, setbacks, lot coverage, things like that, that can help to make sure that this is the best fit for your community. Okay, and now a quick recap of last meeting. We presented two options at the last meeting. The option that we were informed we should move forward with was option 1, which included 5 sub-districts that we will present shortly: Granite Ave, Mattapan Station, Milton Station, East Milton Square, and the transit area triplex area, which is what we've been referring to as the sort of connective tissue between Mattapan and Milton stations. We got validation. There's a desire to retain Milton Station as the sub-district that would be considered mixed use under that new provision that the state allowed for. And finally, there are several adjustments that we were asked to make to the number of stories, the minimum lot size, and some of the boundaries. So we've incorporated those into the options you'll see today. And just for clarification here, the way that we're working on the back end here is we have a model that helps us take all of these inputs and generate outputs that can then line up with the compliance targets that you have with the state. And so some of those parameters include minimum open space, maximum building coverage and parking, and maximum lot coverage. They're all kind of variations on a theme, speaking broadly about issues of open space and lot coverage. We have incorporated, based on the feedback from the last meeting, the maximum building coverage and parking parameter, queuing off of the existing norms within Milton's Residence C, Milton Village, and Central Ave PUD districts, which include a 50% building and parking coverage sort of parameter in that base zoning. So we're using that as a starting point. And my apologies for the background noise of my dog. Okay. So option 1 here, this is what we presented at the last planning board meeting, just as a quick refresher. It is focused in the areas that are have the most transit access within Milton. And you can see kind of they're clustered here around the Mattapan trolley stops, and then the Granite Ave district here and the East Milton Square district here. These are the parameters that we showed at the last meeting. and the model outputs that we generated from that. And what I wanted to note is we did go back and add in the maximum percent of building and parking coverage at that 50% and confirmed that from what we can tell now, that did not alter the unit capacity or any of the other outputs, meaning that other parameters we had entered in already, such as the units per acre, units per lot, building height, were already constraining those numbers more so than the 50% parameter that we added. So all that is to say, the current parameters that we showed as of the last meeting would not be preventing, would be consistent with development that only covers a maximum of 50% with building and parking. Okay, so now just to make sure everyone is clear on the sub-districts that we're discussing as part of this. This was the original full range of sub-districts that we considered and evaluated for contributing to compliance for the town of Milton. You'll see there are several focused districts that are further south within the town's boundaries. Ultimately, we, after discussion at the last meeting, decided that the two Randolph Ave sub-districts and the Brush Hill Road sub-districts would be eliminated from further consideration for both in terms of their, because they weren't contributing, as substantially to compliance, and also because they were further from the transit access, which was in the amenity centers that we hope this new zoning can help support for the town of Milton. So those were agreed to eliminate. So apologies, date error there for 8/24 is when those were agreed to eliminate. And then we did also, in response to the comments last time, include the Blue Hills Parkway corridor and modify the boundaries of the transit area triplex based on the feedback that we received. So I'll go into that more in a second. So just to make sure everyone understands the areas that we're discussing, East Milton Square is the yellow parcels in this graphic.
Audience can see what they're doing.
Granite Ave is the yellow parcels in this graphic.
We won't be able to see it is the problem.
Milton Station, yellow parcels in this graphic. Mattapan Station, same rules apply, yellow parcels over here. The transit area triplex, the modifications we made to this are twofold. The first is we expanded it slightly based on a 1,000-foot catchment area from the station stops. And then we also removed all properties that were listed on the National Register of Historic Places in order to make sure there were no conflicts with those or potential sort of endangerment of those historic resources to make it really clear. So those were, you'll largely see the removal of parcels that were formerly included that were in this part of the sub area. And then this is the set of parcels that we added based on the discussion last time about the value of expanding to include the Blue Hills Parkway corridor. So from here forward, anytime I refer to those districts, that's the area that I'm referring to. We also had some discussion last time about the parcel size threshold, so I wanted to provide updated graphics to help explain the impact of parcel size thresholds in this subdistrict. So this is what we presented at the last meeting. This is the sort of more concentrated transit area triplex subdistrict in blue here. This is the expanded one that I just walked you through moments ago, as well as the Blue Hills Parkway sort of expansion there. And now if we look at the impact of parcel size thresholds at 5,000 square foot as a minimum parcel size, about 89% of the parcels would be eligible to be developed under this provision. We inched it up to 5,500, only 80% of the parcels are eligible. At 6,000, 72% are eligible. And again, the yellow parcels here are the ones that would be excluded based on the parcel size threshold. If we set it at 6,500, only 63% of parcels are eligible. 7,000, 57% are eligible. And finally, if we set it at 7,500, which was the directive we were given last time, just under half of the parcels are eligible. So that's just context setting for what we're about to discuss, which will include a lot of these numbers. Okay, so now the piece that you're probably all eagerly awaiting. So the first option that we are going to show you is the sort of priority preferred parameters that came out of last time. So these are the top priority things. They're saying these are sort of must-haves. We want to start with these and then see what else we can do. So the bolded red parameters are the ones that we had altered from last time based on the sort of priority changes that we were requested to make. And so we ran the numbers with that and the 50% sort of building and parking coverage parameter that was added. With those parameters, holding the others constant, we come in compliant across the board. There are several different parameters that we, targets that we have to meet. So this is really tracking all of those targets in parallel here. So the unit capacity, the acreage, the modeled density of units per acre. And then there's a series of percentages here showing you the percent of land that's in contiguous subdistricts, the percent of land in the transit area, the percent of units in the transit area, and then finally the percent of units that are being contributed from a mixed use district, remembering that Milton Station is the subdistrict that we're using as our mixed use subdistrict. So you'll see in the bottom here, these are the numbers that Milton has to hit in order to be compliant. And then in the green boxes here, when they're green, that means you are hitting that target, you are compliant based on our modeling. And if you see this turn yellow, you're kind of just barely there, a little bit at risk. If you see it turn red, that's not compliant. So the good news for you all is that with these priority preferred parameters, you're still relatively comfortably over all of your key compliance targets, meaning that you're in good shape. This would be should be a compliant approach. So with that in mind, we did then make a couple of additional tweaks to try and bring some of the density down and some of the other subdistricts that weren't as high of a priority in our initial conversation, but that we knew were still, you still wanted to see reductions in. So holding those constant, we then took both Mattapan Station and Milton Station and dropped those from 40 units per acre down to 35 units per acre. And as you can see down here, we are getting quite close to the units per acre parameter there, and we are getting quite close on the unit capacity, but otherwise we're comfortably above. So this would again be a compliant approach. And then this is the third option. We took that, we held that change constant of Mattapan and Milton, holding those at 35 and then dropping Granite Ave down to 36 units per acre instead of 40 units per acre. And so this one is, right on the line there. So this is, would be quite sensitive to small changes, but it is tentatively compliant. So we were able to get most, all of the sort of key wish list items and still have you come in with a compliant approach. And then on top of that, we're able to make several sort of adjustments to bring density down in other sort of parts of the subdistricts that were considered. So to just kind of compare those across the board, you can see the option that we presented, sorry for the date discrepancy there, the option presented at the last planning board meeting at the top here, and then the first, second, and third options that we ran for you based on the feedback we received last time. So I'll maybe pause there for a moment and see if there's any questions on those three options that I just shared with you. Anything that you'd like me to go back to and clarify or discuss.
I have a question, Zoe. You mentioned the Blue Hills Parkway subdistrict.
Yeah.
It showed in a very large map, but did you have a closer view just to see what was included, or actually just the boundaries that were, added to this to reach this compliance?
Yeah, so this is for the Blue Hills Parkway corridor subdistrict. These parcels are the ones that we included.
So right in the middle there would be Brook Road, and then the Parkway north-south in the
Correct.
middle? Okay.
Yep. Yep, so Blue Hills Parkway is this road right here, if you can see my cursor moving, and then Brook Road is the sort of the cross in the middle here. And then you can see Thatcher Street curving down to the east and south here.
Okay, and within this area, if I recall, there were maybe one or two that are 7,500 square feet, is that right?
Yeah, so
is this contributing to the district much, I guess is my question?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I can, what we did for the Blue Hills Parkway, I'll go actually to the first one that we ran here. So we set this one up a little bit differently from the transit area triplex because there is such a variation, as you kind of can keep in mind the map that we just saw. There's quite a big variation in parcel size. And so what we did is we set a units per acre limit instead of a units per lot limit. And we did that because of the variation in parcel size. So in other words, if you did a units per lot limit in that setting, you'd end up with a really low density because you'd have a couple of large parcels that could only do 3 units and then some small parcels that could only do 3 units. So the units per acre is more effective when you have a broad range of parcel sizes.
Okay, just where does the change then, so what you're saying is the Blue Hills Parkway subdistrict has no minimum lot size?
Currently, as we've run it, it does not.
And where does the boundary of that on the north? Where does it switch from that to triplex?
Yeah. So this is a little bit more zoomed out, but it basically, if you kind of take one full block south of Curtis Road here.
So just south of where Elliott, is that Elliott that's coming out?
Yeah, I think that would be, yeah. Sorry for not having
Elliott
a street label there.
Yeah, okay. So the pink,
essentially,
the pink on the left would have no minimum lot size?
Yep, and under the framework we've set up currently, that's something that we could add if that's a priority.
But
it would probably drop
it would still have setbacks and height limits and...
Correct.
And all the other parameters would be the same as the triplex?
Yeah, so what we have right now, if I sort of, apologies for the quick pass through here. So what we've set up for the Blue Hills corridor right now is 30 units per acre. So to give you a bit of a sort of anchor to understand what that means, we ran the numbers at some point, and like a 27 units per acre is the equivalent of having 3 units on a 5,000 square foot lot. So this is pretty close to the same density that we are allowing in the transit area triplex. It's just allowing for it to scale with the parcel size. And then we're including 1 parking space per unit, which is what we've included for all of the subdistricts. And we're also capping the height at 2.5 stories.
So if you had a parcel that was, say, 10,000 square feet, you could do 6 units in this district? If the 5,000... I have to admit to being bad
at arithmetic in my head. 10,000 if we do 3 units per acre.
There's a question, sorry to interrupt, there's a question of once you meet your parking requirements and you are maxing out your parking area and building area at only 50% of the lot. So at 10,000 square feet, that would give you 5,000 square foot footprint. So at 30 units per acre, I don't know, it's eight units maybe. In other words, there are other parameters beyond just the pure units per acre that would limit the development.
So according to what I see on the chart, in that section, there's 277 units versus 525 in the rest of the transit triplex area?
Yes.
So I guess a question I would have is, if you left Granite Ave at 40 instead of changing it to 35, could you reduce the parkway so that you're putting less there, and possibly not reducing Mattapan Station or Milton Station too? I'm not quite sure, because until a test fit is done there, what that looks like at those units per acre and so forth, but I am a little concerned about how many units are potential in that Parkway corridor.
Yeah, understood.
I mean, that's just my initial.
Yeah. At broad brushes, obviously we have to get the specifics. We'll have to run the model, but in broad brushes, absolutely what you're describing is valid. There's a trade-off, right? If you want to sort of bring one of these sub-districts to lower density to better match what you think is appropriate for that district, we'll have to, because we're so close to the targets, we'll have to sort of compensate for that in another district. So if we let Granite Ave, Mattapan, and Milton climb a little bit up, then the Blue Hills Parkway corridor could contribute fewer units, could have some more controls to reduce the number of units coming out of that area.
I've been taking a look at some of what's on the ground in this triplex area, and including the Parkway here. I took a look at maybe 5 parcels on the Parkway. And I'm hoping that we'll have a chance to go over that, and you can take a look at what I've seen in terms of that analysis. Really, it's just, looking at all these parameters, not necessarily on the the maximum units per acre, but the setbacks, the open space, the FAR, et cetera.
Great. Yeah, that's the next sort of phase of work. So it's great that you're already starting to think about that.
Yeah,
we'll definitely
I just think
joining you in that shortly.
Yeah, I just think it's really helpful in terms of trying to think about this lot size, and also to not incentivize tear down. I think that's really some of the analysis that I've been looking at and trying to understand is, sort of what's on the ground, because that's what people know. And it's not necessarily what the zoning is, because the zoning was placed on top of it after everything in this area was already built, some 20 or 30 years later. And so it's really sort of understanding what's there versus what the zoning is. But I think if you could do a 1D option, based on, hopefully the members will understand and agree that that 277 units owned in that area is quite a few.
So I was wondering if we could expand the area to include Amore Road, Aberdeen, Tucker. If you bring up the map.
Yeah.
Because I've done drive-bys too, and there's already, that's where a lot of the 2 families already exist, and there's probably some illegal 3 families already existing, so kind of would be nice to maybe make them legal 3 families. And to Cheryl's point, if we don't want to incentivize tear downs, so I looked at some of the houses the existing 2 families, and it does look like they would have some opportunity to put a 3rd unit. So if you do from Brush Hill Road, encompass that whole triangle over down to sort of Blue Hill Parkway.
Got it. So what you're sort of talking about expanding sort of in this direction towards Brush Hill Road, and then encompassing Blue Hill Avenue here.
Right.
And still kind of stopping at Oak Street.
Yeah, so
here.
Sort of stopping at, it changes a little bit depending on what road you're on. So if you're on Brush Hill Road, maybe go up to Amore Road and include the 40B at Amore Road, and that's 16 units per acre. And include the streets of Aberdeen and Tucker and Brook Road. And then the next street is Blue Hill Ave, and maybe go up and include the Campbell School site, because that's probably a good place for some redevelopment, and sort of stopping at the light at Cheever Street and Blue Hill Terrace.
Sorry, what was the last street that you mentioned?
Cheever Street and Blue Hill Terrace.
Got it.
I think the problem that you're going to start to encounter in this part of town, and just looking, if you look at it through GIS is probably easier, but just looking at the parcel labels, you can kind of count on your fingers and toes how many larger than 7,500 square foot parcels there are. These are tiny parcels in this sub-district. So, while there are existing kind of 2 and 3 families, they're also going to wind up dragging down our density significantly because there's going to be so few contributing parcels, unless you want to have a smaller minimum lot size in this part of town, which, you can decide to do that. I mean, I think it's worth looking at, but I have a feeling that's what you're going to see is that there's so few contributing parcels that it's going to be a real drag, especially because the geography is so large.
Maggie, I'm sorry, Sean, just quickly on that. We have something that's right now fine-tuned to 15 and right at the density level. And I'm just, kind of thinking about the schedule. So I'd like to ask Zoe on that. If you had to run another where you draw the map differently versus where you're adjusting numbers within it, how does that affect your proposed timeline?
I think, we'll work with what we need to work with, but it would mean that we would come back to you with that and the sort of visualization, test fits that would help you hopefully conceptualize that. So we'd be doing them in tandem. So our preference is to, if there's a sort of a sub-district that you'd like us to, change boundaries of, that we, decide that today, we'll come back to you with that. And we'll, come back to you with like alternate, if there's really only one pathway that we see to comply, we'll let you know. So it'll mean that, we'll have a real discussion next meeting, and we'll need to reserve enough time for that discussion. But it's possible. It's just our preference would be to settle as much of that as we can today so that we are able to move into the more sort of fine-tuning discussion of setbacks and issues of character and urban design that have come up so far. So it's really premature to get into those discussions before we've addressed some of the fundamentals of the districts that we're looking at.
And then just one other quick thing. On the 1D suggestion, is that something that your colleague can plug in now and you get an output very quickly so that we could know that tonight? Just curious.
Rahi, who's the one who's sort of been running those on he's not with us tonight, so we probably can't run that in parallel. Between me and Matthew, I'm the one that maybe pull that off, but I'll be discussing with you. But we can get it to you soon, so that you can, hopefully, consider it in between the meetings.
Tim, if we were to consider what Maggie had said and incorporate some of that area, do you have a rough guess at lot size change that we'd have to go down to?
Just briefly speaking on Tim's behalf, I don't think that we really can guess that without seeing the numbers. But I think, flip to I think we have some of the maps from previously where we ran the numbers on parcel sizes less than 5,000 square feet. So let me just unskip this.
You can also see that, Maggie, most of the area outside of that sort of Brook Road, Brush Hill Road triangle, you get outside the transit area, and then you start running into those same compliance issues with units outside the transit area and getting that percentage right. So it may hurt more than it helps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what I sort of think about it, if we're going to do zoning, we should do it for our current residents and give them the opportunity to take advantage. And so I think our residents in that area, I'd like to give them the opportunity to, if we zone, Granite Ave, for instance, where there's nothing there, whoever's going to come in and create something is probably going to be an out-of-towner. It probably won't be a resident. So I feel like if we're creating zoning, it should be for our own residents.
Yes, I think that just for sort of, decision-making purposes, I think what you're basically hearing is I think we'll, if we were to kind of expand this, Blue Hills Parkway area, you can see here the number of, pink parcels, those are parcels that are below 5,000 square feet. So not even the 7,500 minimum that we've been discussing for the transit area triplex. So you can already see that once we get outside of the sort of the Blue Hills Park, the parcels that line the Blue Hills Parkway, really almost like half of them in this area are below 5,000. So they're not developable as multifamily. They're not developable for 3 units or above.
But that's only because that's a self-imposed restriction of 5,000. So we can change that to create it. So currently, right now, if you drive that area, there are obviously houses there, and it's mixed. There's 2 families, there's single families. So having a smaller lot size works currently, and I think if putting a third floor in a third apartment or condo isn't really going to totally change, I don't think, the character of the neighborhood too much, as long as the parking issue is solved.
Matthew, do you want to speak a little bit? I think, between 2 units and 3 units, there is kind of a parcel size minimum shift, right?
Just bring a little back of the envelope, and we'll check to see what the model is saying. Again, the model operates crudely, but I think what I'm seeing in this district is that it's not the units per acre that's actually limiting the density. It's actually the parking minimums, the lot building, and the lot coverage maximum and the height limits are really limiting. And so what I'm getting for a 5,000 square foot parcel, I'm getting barely 3 units. And then for a 10,000 square foot parcel, I'm getting about 6. So in each case, I'm not even getting to the 30 units per acre density. It's being limited by other factors.
Yeah, the lot coverage, I would think, is definitely the limiting factor in that case at 30% for building, right? And 50% for building and parking.
Yeah,
and if you're on a 3,000 or 4,000 square foot lot, I mean, I looked at some lots that were like 3,000, 3,500 square feet that are on Brook Road, and the building takes up pretty good chunk of the parcel, and definitely more than 30%, and that's just 2 units. So I do think that, and I can show you some graphics of what that looks like, but I agree with your back of the napkin there from what I've looked at.
And we can look at what the model has excluded, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a cutoff around 5,000 square feet. Again, the model acts sometimes in slightly strange ways, but just, again, very back of the envelope, looking at raw numbers.
I mean, even if you said, okay, 30%, if you take every lot size times 30%, that's your footprint, right? And so if you had a 6,000 square foot lot times 30%, that's your maximum footprint, right? That's going to start to set how big your building can be. And then your compliance model says 1,000 square feet per unit, right? So if you had a 3,000 square foot, or if you had 1,000 square foot footprint with 3 levels, that's 3,000 square feet, right? So I'm not great at math in my head either, but those are like back of the napkin analyses you could do quickly, right, with a calculator.
Seeing at 10,000 square feet and at 5,000 square feet is that the parking takes up most of that 50% allowance and leaves even less for the building of the footprint of the building.
Yeah, so
aren't we allowed to do different standards in different districts? So we might not want the same standards or dimensional standards in, say, this district as we would in another district. I didn't think that we had to have all of the same.
That's correct. You can change the parameters for the different sub-districts. We had made use of the 50% based on the feedback we got last time of the concern about retention of open space, of sort of landscape area for backyards and such. And given that this has a very similar sort of parcel size patterning as the areas we were talking about before, we figured that same concern would apply in this case.
it's also that requirement, because we don't yet have specific setbacks in the model, it's sort of doing double duty and acting as a proxy for the impact of those setbacks.
So I'm just thinking, my second house in Milton was a 3-family at 17 School Street. It was a 3-unit on 0.06 of an acre. And we had no outside space, but it was great. I could walk to the T. Each apartment had 1 parking spot. I mean, although you couldn't build that today, it provided an opportunity for tenants. It was one of the cheapest apartments in Milton, and it was actually a pretty good deal. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with going to 5,000 square feet at all. I mean, I don't think, I appreciate the open space, but not everybody wants open space. Not everyone wants the garden. People just want an affordable apartment.
Yeah, people.
And walking to the T.
I think
and
you
that's
have
what this
to.
provided.
Yeah, I think that you have to analyze whether people would want to, if that is repeated throughout, whether that neighborhood is preserving the character of the neighborhood that people are thinking about, because people also don't want everything paved and building. And I think when we go to a lot being basically 100% covered with building and parking, then we're looking at something that's a lot different than most of Milton. I think maybe there's an isolated property where it's 100% coverage like that, but I think most people wouldn't think that that's characterized as Milton. So I think we have to be pretty careful about how extensive that would be.
Yeah, I'm not saying go 100%, but I'm saying maybe push the 50 to 40% or something a little bit less.
Because I wonder what it is there now.
You mean 60%?
What's the
60,
existing? Yeah, what is the existing?
I can show you some of those. I don't have those particular ones. I've got a few on Blue Hills Parkway that I looked at, and I can tell you what the existing is. It really depends on the configuration of the property. So I looked at some that were 45 feet wide and deep. And where are you going to, if once you put only 45 feet in width and you put a building down, then you're really going to have a driveway that takes you to the back to get to your parking. If you've had a lot that's 60 feet wide, now all of a sudden you can think about how you do the building and your parking differently. But maybe it's only, whatever, a shallower depth. So each one is going to be a little different. A lot of the lots in Milton, though, are narrower and deeper. And that's a restriction in terms of how you lay them out.
I know
outside of these guidelines.
That's how my house is. My house is on one side, and then the driveway is all the way down with parking
Right.
in the back. So that's why I like the idea of having different districts with different parameters. And I spent, quite a bit of time driving around this whole neighborhood, and to the point we don't want to incentivize tear downs. A lot of those houses are very pretty houses. Really pretty houses. And I think that there is room to allow them to go up. And if it's going to be parking one spot per unit, I think there's existing space for that now, because they're doing it. They have 3 cars.
So are you suggesting that we remove some other part of a district to add this in? Because right now, they've got something that hits just the numbers that we need. So are you trying to remove something else, or are you just trying to capture an area that you think should be captured?
So the way I kind of have thought the process was going to work out is we take a district and we sort of make the best that district can be. If hopefully it's in 1/2 mile of transit, hopefully it's 15 units per acre, so we comply with the law. And then we see what we're comfortable with. As I've said numerous times, I'm not as fixated on the number, 2,500 units. I want to do what's best for Milton. And maybe at this point in time, what we can handle that's best for Milton might not be 2,500 units. I still want to comply with the law. The 2,500 units is in the guidelines. So I want to make sure that we're doing what's best for Milton and our residents.
So right, I guess if we all agreed that we want to get to some decision points tonight, as we've been asked to do, then I'm trying to understand, how many more iterations of districts we really have time for when we have something that now seems to work in hitting a lot of the targets that we've asked for. I still think it needs to have more testing done and more analysis done, but I'm afraid that if we keep looking at variations in the districts, we're going to run out of time to do the testing. So that's why I spent some time doing just looking at some of these parcels, saying, okay, where are these setbacks? How much lot coverage is there? What's the height? What's the potential to add here? Like if you were going to add a unit, could you add one in the zoning setbacks that we've got? Could you get more parking on? Can you keep the house, or is it something where, the only way you're going to comply is to tear it down? I'm really concerned that we do that level of analysis, and that we can have our consultants focus all their time on that between now and our next meeting would be my hope and suggestion. We still have an opportunity to tweak it. I think I'd like to get something where we can take it a little further than we have.
Yeah, and I had submitted my thoughts, like, it's just not brand new tonight. I had sent them, a week ago or so. So I just thought that perhaps they would have been considered and done in a plan.
Yeah, I talked to Tim about some district changes too, but he said that he advised me that he thought it was best that we discuss at the meetings, which I agree with him about. I'm just trying to be mindful of the schedule that we've been asked to meet, and I know there's discussion about whether we really should meet December 31st, but I've always advocated we have to make our best effort at it. And we have felt for a very long time we really didn't have a compliance map that we could live with. And so I'm wondering, and that's what I asked about, can we live with what we've been presented tonight? And the part that I questioned about that was the density level on the Parkway, and if we could make that kind of a minor shift so that we didn't change Granite Ave, for example, and perhaps not Mattapan and the Milton Station one, so that we don't overextend for the Parkway. And then I think we've got a viable map to study further how it would work.
So you put some time into putting together that presentation for us. Do you want to take a few minutes and walk through that? I mean, I assume that's beneficial for the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if they're ready to.
Let's look at it. Let's just, why don't you, there's a lot of effort here. I'd like you to explain it.
All right, so is that okay? Is that okay with folks up on our consultant
You guys
team while
okay
we
with
have
that?
them?
Yeah, no, I think so, and then I have comments out, but I wanted to see what
Yeah.
it was good work, so I think that was.
We'll just be careful with time.
Yeah.
We don't spend too much time.
And I have to say, this was kind of, these locations were not scientifically selected to look at. I was trying to capture lots within the zone, the district that we were talking about, mostly the triplex zone, but I also did the other transit zones. And just say, okay, what does a 5,000 square foot lot look like? What does a 6,000 square foot lot look like? What does a 7,500? So can you go to the next one, Josh? So this is the area of Elliott Street. That's by Curtis. So this would be near the Unquity House, near Blue Hills Parkway. And what's outlined in red are two families, and what's outlined in blue are singles. And then what's outlined in the purple are the parcels that I looked at a little bit more carefully. You can see that on the twos, the lot sizes, the smallest one's 4,250, and the largest is 7,520. And then on the singles, they're 5,500 and up to the 8,943. So this is in the range that we've been talking about. So these are the two, so let me go back to here. So that where it says number one there, 545 and 549, The next slide, Josh, are those two parcels. So you can see what the architectural character looks like. The one on the left has two entrances. I don't know what the interior configuration looks like. The one on the right has the same architectural features, basically, with a single door in the center there. And then if you look at the site planning, the site plan, this is information taken from our town's GIS website. And it's approximate, because I had to do the calculations based off of inaccurate mapping of the driveways, and the building dimensions comes off the assessor's data. So you can see in these, this is a lot. These lots are 60 feet wide by 90 feet in depth, and they're 5,400 square feet. And they have a shared driveway, so that's down the middle. And that red dash line box is what's within the zoning setbacks. So for this district, they're RC district, they're 10 feet on the side, 20 on the front, 30 for the rear. What we've talked about is 15. You can see these existing houses are at 16. So if you said you can do a 3-family on one of these, the question would become, well, how do you do it if you try and keep that existing house? Architecturally, does that house, make sense to have a 3rd floor added? On the ground, does it make sense when you have a very little left of your buildable footprint? Where could you do the unit? So my thought is this could be a tear down, because that's the only way I see 3 units being viable here.
What is that buildable footprint? What's the red box dimension?
1,600 square feet.
Yeah.
So the other thing that you can look at here is we talk about the open space. So this would be the same thing as they were talking about with your total, your coverage of your building and your parking being 50%. That's what this would be when this open space has been calculated at 50%. Here, the building itself is at 32%, so it's a little bit larger than the 30% that they were talking about. We haven't talked about floor area ratio yet, but that's here is at 0.55. So obviously, if you do taller, you're going to build more square footage in the same footprint. Your FAR could go higher. So these were both built in 1915. You can go to the next one.
They're
Josh.
beautiful buildings.
Yeah, they are. These are across the street. You can see a similar character to families. Next, Josh. So these lots are a little bit bigger, and so the way they're bigger is a little bit. They're gone now to 75 feet in width, and they're 100 feet in depth. One's a corner lot, so it has a little different configuration. And so here again, there's some variation. Now we have 2 driveways, so you have more paved area, you have a little more total lot coverage. You have otherwise very similar building sizes, but your FAR has gone down because you're still 2 stories on larger lots. And these are set further back from the street, quite a bit further back from the street than the ones across the street. So again, if you were going to say on paper and you're starting with a new 7,500 square foot lot with nothing on it, and you put the setbacks and lot coverage, et cetera, at these numbers, this would work fine. But when you have these existing, where this is set back further, I again find it hard to see where you're going to add a 3rd unit here. Again, this began to concern me about tear down opportunity. So now we're going to go to a little different. So right next to this are these small homes, which I would say modest single families that are not really being built much anymore. And these are likely a tear down too, but we would lose a modest kind of single family. And is that really a good idea? And so I'm looking at those. Again, they're on close to 7,000 square foot. The first one I showed you, sorry, can you go back to the photos? That one is one on the corner, and then those are the other 2. So they're very similar in terms of scale and size. And you can see they're small homes. They're like 1,700 square feet, 1,600, 1,800 square feet. And there's otherwise though meeting some of the criteria. If you look at the open space, they have big driveways and garages, so that takes up some of our total lot coverage. But here you can see, well, there's room to add horizontally, but 2 units horizontally, probably not. again, I see this as like more likely with zoning in place here, it's a tear down opportunity on this size lot. So this became a concern to me. So I said, okay, I want to keep looking at this, keep going. So then I went to Avalon, which is off of Elliott, near the Valley Road station. And so what I did in red here was just some of the two families I was picking up on. This is, now the next one, I just picked a few here to look at. These were, at first I started looking at these for density, but then I started looking at them for these other characteristics. And so the one that's number 4 there is this home. Again, very similar to the one that we saw further down on Elliott. It's a 6,000 square foot lot, 60 foot in width by 100 foot in depth. And again, you kind of see where maybe here, I find for sort of the same similar concerns about where do you do an additional unit as with the others. But in the one right next door to it, you can see where you have a 3-story and it has a gambrel, and you can easily see a 3rd unit on the top floor there. But I don't know if we look at this building footprint now, since we have a little smaller footprint and it's a little bit more vertical, you have more expandability on the horizontal side.
It's not financially feasible for any of these homes to add a 3rd unit to. It would be financially detrimental. It just won't work financially. It's more likely that what will happen is what you just said. There'll be a consolidation of lots,
or
be torn down, and you'll meet the 15 units per acre that way.
Well, I'm going to talk about a little bit lot size after this analysis. I think that this helps. This is helping me kind of think about.
But as you look at these homes, every one of them that you looked at, to expand a 2 to a 3, Jim, you do this all the time.
It's not worth it.
Go to the next one.
Yeah.
This is also, again, I'm just going to run through these because another one where you might have some capacity to add to this. You could add shed dormers on that and get that top floor into a, yeah. I think you could on the one prior to it, where it's 3 stories already with the gambrel. Yeah.
And the danger is you're not going to do a 3-bedroom up there. You might just do a studio.
Well, we don't need 3 beds everywhere, since that's what our housing stock is, right?
It's more realistic that it will happen.
All right, so you want to go to the Capon, and the next. So Capon has a variety in the lot sizes, so I picked 2 kind of samples. So the next one, you can see 14 and 9 are the 2 that I selected. So this is 14, and hopefully people in the room won't be because this is Pete Jackson's house.
I was going to say, it's so pretty.
Well done.
And you can see that, you have a lot of over 6,000 square feet here. The 50-foot wide dimension, which is what's in our parameters right now, really sets for a pretty deep lot. And I don't know if that's been changed with the lot size increasing to 7,500 square feet. But in a situation like this, it also becomes difficult. To get your parking in, you're going to have to go way to the back if you do add on units here, where you do have some space within your envelope. So that red dash line, you have some space to add on. But then I don't know that you're really going to get it by the time you get your parking in and your lot coverage. So let's go to the next one. Now you're looking at a lot in the same district that's 15,000 square feet with a 2-family on it. And you think, well, this would be an opportunity to keep the 2-family and add a 2-family or even 2 2-families to it at this size. And there are more, I think, parcels in the 10,000 plus that do lend themselves to real, probably viable, without tear down opportunities that I think is a path that could move forward here.
That's not controllable.
It's not, but you can incentivize, though. If you make your lot size large enough and you can say you have to have multiple buildings to accomplish the number of units that you're allowed to do, you start to set what the development can be.
I want to listen to more.
Yeah.
Okay, so
On this one in particular, would they be able to build another two-family as of right anyway today? Because
they'd have to
of the lot size, they
subdivide it.
probably
lot
could.
size, they could
Yeah.
probably be in
subdivide
an
and build
A.
it
Right.
anyway.
Yeah,
So that's why I say really probably would be more likely to do more than 2, because the lot size well, anyway, this is something.
I think I think that's a potential tear down as well, because the cost of restoring an old building of that era, it's much easier to tear it down and build something that would be massive and twice the size.
Well,
It's a lot less costly. It's
a lot less
absolutely
costly.
a lot less costly.
I don't think you're not solving that.
Just
I don't
to clarify,
this is where you're looking at not allowing necessarily, you're limiting how many units per building, and you're allowing more than one building on the property. And we
I
can
just
do that.
want to quickly address something that was just raised. Under the parameters that you've collectively, given us for this district, you wouldn't be able to build something more than 2.5 stories. You wouldn't be able to build something more than 3 units per lot. So, yes, I think a lot of the issues you're raising are concerns, but I think in terms of like this one in particular, that you wouldn't be able to build something massive on this. You would still be constrained by the same parameters of 2.5 stories, lot coverage, et cetera. So I think a lot of the issues you're raising are ones that we should continue to think about, but that one in particular, I just want to avoid sensationalizing what could happen on these based on the parameters that we've set up so far.
Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you.
Okay, so now Brook Road, these are 3,000 square foot lots with 2 families on them. And you can see that, and I'm not sure that the town's GIS captures all of the parking, all the paved areas, but it's pretty much building and pavement. And architecturally, they fit in with a lot of the architecture around. And it's really not, I suppose, that noticeable about the parking, but you do see a situation like, I'm sorry, can you go forward, Josh? Next one. They're parking on the curb. There's this size lot, really is limited in terms, so we're talking about, Meg, I didn't look at the lots you're talking about, but if they're the same size on the other side of Blue Hills Parkway, that Tim said they're small lots, you're probably looking at a situation like this where there's not much room for
Parking.
parking. And so the next one, Josh, again, that's those, parcels from the street. Next and next. These are the ones I mentioned. I looked at Blue Hills Parkway. So I didn't do a full analysis of the ones on the right, but I did more analysis on the ones on the left. So if you go to the next one, these are the ones on the right. That's a 4-family in the middle, and a 2-family on the right. The next one. These are those 2 families across the street on those 45-foot wide parcels, but they are fairly tall.
They could definitely do a third floor there.
Yeah, and this is what I mentioned, when you look at this kind of width of the parcel, you end up having to get the parking in. There would really be a question, I think it's Matthew said on his back of the napkin, whether you would be able to really do anything, because you're limited to 50%. And here you can see that the open space, the green is only 35% and 25% on these. So it would be hard to see how you could, on this kind of a configuration on this size of a lot, so just under 5,000 on the 2 on the right, how you could meet the zoning. And the thing about almost all of these, except in the ones there on Brook Road, is even these, which are smaller lots, they still at least have the green space in the front. So in terms of facing the parkway. I mean, this zone that we're talking about does face the parkway, and so I think we have to be mindful of that existing character and what we set those parameters and density to be. And then if you want to keep going, this is off of Central, and this right now, this is out of the district. That's been drawn, but can you go back to the map for a moment? The lower right is a 5-unit building. Next to it on the left is a 3-unit, and then the others are 2-unit buildings. And if you look at the one on the right, it's 5 units, but it's sitting on some ledge. There's a lot of topographic change there, so that's probably the limiting factor on a parcel there. But I looked at the one at 18,250 square feet at 107. If you go to the next one, so those are the one on the right's oops, sorry, go back one sec, sorry. The one on the right's the 5-unit, the one on the left's the 3-unit. Now go to the next one. This is the larger parcel with a 2-unit on it. And again, at these larger parcel sizes, you see here that, yes, Maggie, again, this is another one where under current zoning, you could add units here, right? And so the question is, why not write our zoning such that we can take advantage of these parcels that already have capacity because of their oversize for the zoning that exists, instead of trying to write the zoning to accommodate some kind of an add-on that most likely is going to lead to a tear down. That's kind of what this kind of has led me to think about. And then there's, sorry, just a little bit more. This is a 4-family that exists on Clapp and Central. This is, Clapp is up near Town Hall, so Central close to, I guess that's Thatcher there. And it's really two parcels that were about 5,000 each, and that were combined into this like 10,000 square foot parcel. And it's on the corner. The house, I mean, it looks like a large house, not too out of character not out of character at all, actually, with its neighborhood. And if you look at it, I mean, the open space here, because you have these garages and driveways coming in, your total open space is less than that 50%, but your lot coverage is still only 31% for the building. So if you think about these, we have a lot of places where we have two families on 5,000 square foot lots, and if you think about a 10,000 square foot lot, therefore, would be 4 units. You know, having a 10,000 square foot lot that's either one building with 4 units or 2 buildings with 2 is not out of character at all with what we already have in town. So it's really, I think, in looking through this, it's the lot size is the critical factor in determining whether it's going to be something that doesn't destroy the neighborhood. Next one, and that's that corner from my Google. And then just a few just quickly so that we can think about these parameters as we look at the dimensional standard. But this is 88 Wharf. And I plugged in this just so we know when we're talking about what we're going to be plugging in here for height and for lot coverage and for open space. The lot coverage for the building at 88 Wharf is 25%, and the open space is 33%. So it's a really big building, but it's still not covering anywhere close to all of the lot. So it's maybe even 50% is too much for these larger parcels in terms of lot coverage. And go to the next one. That's the Hendry's building. Oh, just back to 88 Wharf real quick. So that shape, that configuration, that building is using the shape of the building to kind of form some open space and facing the water. I think if we think about 2 Granite Ave, where you have, like, if you had this as an example, where you have the green space and the open space and the building facing the water, and you have this kind of U shape, you're bringing the nature towards the building instead of a wall at the edge is not a bad strategy. So then you go to the Hendry's. And even here, the L shape forms the outdoor space. And this one, you know, you still have 30% open space here. And the way you're able to do this here is because the parking is underneath. 88 Wharf also has parking underneath. Next. next. And then this is Unquity House, so for the Mattapan station. And, you know, here, the lot coverage is really small at 9% for the building. I don't have the calculation for the open space and the parking, but there is a fair amount of open space here, and you can see it in the next photo. And part of the way you're getting this is through that height, you know, because your FAR at 0.5, you know, compared to your FAR at 88 Wharf, your FAR is 1.5, right? But anyway, so that's something for us to think about. And then lastly, at 2 Granite Ave, you know, we talked about, you know, what might be appropriate here. This FAR is also at 0.5, and the building at only 9%, but it's almost 100% covered with parking and building, which I think is not something we'd want to see if we had this redeveloped. And then if you'll just go to the last slide. If you have time to delve into this, this gives you all of the ones we just looked at for the larger buildings, but also the other multifamilies in town. So the 40Bs and the Quistit Brooks and the Fuller Villages. So when we're thinking about height, lot coverage, setbacks, and open space, and we want to compare it to what we're used to seeing in town, we have this for a reference point. So my, I guess, thought with this is whether even 7,500 square feet is too small as a minimum lot size. And if we could still be compliant if we were at 10,000, and instead of 3 units, we had two unit buildings on a 10,000, because that's more in character with what we have, especially in this area, which has a lot of 2 families. So you're used to seeing like the two-family structures next to each other on a narrow lot. That would be, to me, something where it would fit in with the character. It takes advantage of oversized parcels in an area which is already zoned for something smaller. I don't know if that would lead us out of compliance if we bumped it up to a 10,000 square foot minimum lot size. But I'm interested to see if Utile could tell us that.
In 10,000 feet and 4 units. I think it'd be interesting to look at it, definitely.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like a trade-off. Are you speaking specifically about the triplex area?
Yes.
Okay. So I think, yeah, bumping to 4. I've done a little homework on the definition of multifamily, and it means at least 3 units in one building, or at least 2 buildings with more than 1 unit in each building. So from the standpoint of compliance, or getting capacity credit in your compliance model, parameters, you know, a 2-unit building plus a 1-unit building doesn't get you to that multifamily definition. Mm-hmm. But two families would, if they were on one parcel.
What do you think of that, Tim? Do you like that?
I don't mind it, I don't mind any of this. I think that the question that I had, and I suspect I know what the answer is, but I'd like to get confirmation from the state on this, is that can you effectively exclude one type of multifamily? So like the definition says 3 in one building or 2 units or more in 2 buildings. Could you say we're not doing 3 units in one building, we're doing 2 units in 2 buildings effectively?
In this district only. Mm-hmm. So that we've been told by the state that you can tailor this to meet your neighborhoods, that you're not trying to destroy your neighborhoods. We have other districts where we're allowing a lot more freedom into how big these buildings could be and how many units in each building.
And so, and the reason why I say I suspect I know what the answer is because when you say, in the transit area triplex, it's called the triplex district because we're saying 3 units max. That effectively excludes the other definition of, and that strikes me as having
Well, that's
been
why I don't
okay.
like the term triplex.
Well, we'll call it something else.
Obviously, if it's no longer a 3 units per lot district, we will cease to call it triplex.
It's all up for grabs. So I mean, I think it's worth trying out. I think it has implications, obviously, for now what's in and what's out. I know there's always been sort of non-planning considerations around this sort of thing, but I think
this is all planning consideration. What I suggest.
No, exactly, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So I'd be interested to see what that district now looks like. I mean, the lines would need to be redrawn in a way that we're not roping in too many of the smaller parcels because we'd run into the same problem that ran in when we tested the entire transit area. But I think, we've said from the very beginning, and I definitely appreciate Cheryl kind of getting into the weeds on this, where, if we're looking to preserve the physical character of the community, then we've got to try to preserve the physical character of the community. And, if you go, and she's done a handful of parcels, but a lot of these parcels are the same kind of, situation. So I think it makes sense to extrapolate that. So I think finding those opportunities where there's a credible chance of doing 2 buildings on a lot that are 2-family, I think is worth looking at.
Can I make a suggestion with that? Is look further on Central Ave. Central Ave as a wider street, when you're looking at putting something more on a lot, like I said, those taller buildings on Blue Hills Parkway, when you've got the parkway in front of that versus a narrower street, Central Ave is wide, and I think it can take, there are some larger lots there, and it can take more on those, and they're in the RC district, so we exclude them in our current boundaries for the most part. We don't come down Central very far. So I'd suggest if you could look at that, if you have to look at the boundaries in order to make the 10 work.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. I think that it seems like from, what we've heard so far tonight that there's a desire to have a closer grain look at the relationship of these, lot sizes to the issues of setback, lot coverage, and parking, in order to come to a final decision on some of these parameters, and the boundaries obviously have a little bit of a fluid relationship to that. I think as long as we are clear on all of the other boundaries, as in the other sub-districts that are part of this equation, and we're really mainly tinkering with the what we're currently calling the transit area triplex district and the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, that it seems like there's kind of a somewhat shared set of parameters that we need to be testing for those 2 sort of sub-districts, the current transit area triplex district and the Blue Hills Parkway corridor sub-district, that there may be a different tolerance for, open space and sort of lot coverage questions between those 2, but that they're generally speaking dealing with similar issues, that we can focus our energy on those 2. And assume that this group is okay with letting the density parameters for the other sub-districts, meaning Mattapan Station, Milton Station, and Granite Ave, to let those climb up a little bit in order to make those adjustments in the 2 districts I was just speaking about, the Blue Hills Parkway corridor and the transit area triplex. Recognizing we still need to come back to validate what we give to you, but does that sound like an accurate summary, that that's really where you'd like to see us do further analysis and work, especially with these kind of urban design issues in mind, and make the adjustments elsewhere that are necessary to achieve those goals?
I think it'd be helpful if we just examine each of the other districts, just to make
Yeah.
sure we understand them as they are right now.
That's what
I
I
think that'd be helpful.
Because I'm concerned about increasing any more unit capacity in East Milton Square, for example.
Oh, I don't think we changed that one.
That one has held off. I think,
Yeah,
so
but
what I'm.
granite, like 2 granite,
Because to get to 1C, they dropped to granite. I think
So right now-
I think that if they didn't drop to granite and they dropped Blue Hills Parkway, that would be something. And then I think what Maggie had suggested was the parkway didn't need to be the same as the triplex, which I think is what Zoe's saying, that they would take a look at those being a little different.
Right.
And to drop see, right now, the parkway has no minimum lot size. So if they look at that, they would have to look at that with the lot sizes that are there. And it may be 50-30 doesn't work there, but maybe that's okay because what the existing stock there is not that, right? So if the existing, this is a fewer number of lots to look at, right? Like I've looked at 5 of them already. There's not that many if we keep the boundary the way it is. So, I mean, we could get a pretty good idea if they wanted to shift from 50 total coverage and 30 building coverage to something else in that section. So,
Because, you've said this before, that we kind of build sort of what we're used to seeing.
yeah.
And the areas that I mentioned, that's what we're used to seeing. I lived in a 2-family on the Parkway, I lived in a 2-family on West Street, and they're beautiful inside. When you said you didn't know the inside, they're beautiful old gumwood. I mean,
A lot
it's
of original
beautiful
wood.
molding, and the outsides don't reflect how pretty the apartments are inside. And so I'd hate to see tear downs.
Right. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So if there's a way we could, not incentivize tear downs, and say if you do a tear down, then you limit the size of the building of the new building.
New construction.
Of new construction. I think that's what either Newton or Brookline they're doing. So I think it's if you tear it down, you cannot build new construction greater than 1,500 square feet.
Well, one of I don't know, I guess, how that would work here for the MBTA, but one thing I would say is not one of these that I looked at is within zoning, within the setbacks. And so when you go to add on to it, are you required to meet the setbacks? That means you're not, if you're going up in height, you're non-compliant because you're outside of your boundaries. This is something that's very nuanced that we'd have to get to. But, I mean, that would be a whole other reason why it would be incentivizing tear down, because how are you going to be compliant with your addition, right?
Yeah, so I think our in this sort of next, what we're expecting to share with you next week, what we'll be doing, I think, is suggesting to you, based on the existing fabric of the built fabric of these areas, what are the norms that we're seeing around side setbacks, rear setbacks, front setbacks, so that, the rules that would be codified within this overlay district, which would override the base zoning, would reflect the built fabric, would reflect the setbacks that you're seeing as sort of commonplace, that were the basis of the current pattern that you're used to in these areas, right? So it would allow for modifications that conform to that existing pattern, rather than prioritizing the current zoning parameters that you have in your base zoning, which, in like many places across the U.S., are actually out of sync with what's been built in the community. So I think that we can very much, reflect back to you what those setbacks and sort of norms are currently, so you have a clear picture of kind of, the sorts of zoning parameters that would match what's there already. And my guess is that the 2 parameter, I think side setbacks are probably, need to be less than what your zoning currently calls for. And the lot coverage may also need to be loosened up a little bit to match what's there already.
So one thing
I'm
sorry, Zoe, on the side setbacks, in my looking at it, I don't think we want to have it narrow on both sides. So if you have it
Correct,
narrow on
yeah.
one side, it has to be wider on the other side.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that's the pattern that I grew up with as well. It's a,
Okay.
you have a sort of consolidated, the driveway side of your setback and then the not driveway side
Right.
of your setback, and you
Right.
mirror image between the parcels often.
We saw that in some of the examples you had.
Exactly.
Yeah. But one of the concerns, if we make these changes and see how it affects the Blue Hills Parkway corridor and the transit area, and we end up increasing units in the other areas, I still am trying to come to grips with 623 units on Granite Ave.
Well, I think that's a number.
Because, well, it's a number that's probably most likely of everything that's up here on the screen. Granite Ave is the most likely to be developed.
But again, did you use 50% lot coverage and total and 30% lot coverage building for Granite Ave as well?
Yeah, so across the board here, all of these are, we just put in the one parameter, so 50% combined building and lot.
right now-
Building and parking coverage. So right now, all of the spreadsheets that we've shown
Right.
you are using just that 50%. So we haven't included the added parameter of a 30% building coverage maximum. We're just doing a combined maximum coverage.
But even
of
so,
the two.
2 Granite Ave as an office building right now is nearly 100% total coverage. And I think the building was, 30%? I guess what I'm saying is that you may not get to those number of units because you're going to be restricted elsewhere by the time you start to lay it out, which is, I think, what Matthew was getting at earlier. But are you all able to do another, what you said, like you're going to look at some new parameters and some tests in this triplex or transit area? Are you able to do it on these larger parcels as well, to test out these various parameters that we're talking about?
Yeah, so we did a first, I think we should sort of pick and choose, which ones are the highest priority, but we have already done a first pass of looking at Granite Ave. So that one's already kind of started. We can revisit it to, take a look at the parameters that you're most concerned about.
So Joey, looking at that, it looked to me like buildings and parking lots 100%, which maybe when you look at it again, you can try having that 50% open space and see. So rather than targeting the number of units that says you could get there, we have a 5-story, 6-story building there already. So, people are used to that scale of building. So if you had, and that building's lot coverage is fairly small because the parking takes up so much. So it would be
It's the difference between an office use and a residential use. It would change dramatically.
But it would also change dramatically if 50% of that lot were open space, right?
I agree. Yeah.
So, even at a 6-story building rather than a 4, or I think you had a height limit there, it says 5. So if that went to 6, and you kept your 50-30, I'd be interested to see how many units you get. Sort of back into the unit count versus how can I meet that unit count?
Yeah.
There's 2 different approaches of how you...
I'm interested in that approach. I think it's, it might lead you back to where Maggie was earlier. It may not get to the number, but it might be something that's right, that's appropriate.
The only other thing I was going to ask Zoe, and I'm most concerned about this triplex area with the density on Elliott Street. It is true, people who live at Hendry, they live right on the line, they drive, and just the traffic. But one of the things that we've been trying to do is to and it's impossible because we're so residentially built out, is to change the character of neighborhoods. I'm wondering, I don't know how many households or housing units are currently there, but on Cliff Road and Norway, in that neighborhood behind Elliott Street, it doesn't seem like there's that many houses that are there. I'm wondering if that's dragging down your unit count there, and if that's something that would be possible to remove without really throwing off that triplex, those numbers?
Yeah, so stop me if I'm not understanding your question correctly, but for the transit area triplex and for all of the sub-districts, the units that are there currently have no impact in either direction on the unit capacity that we're showing. In other words, if right now there are not very many units or there are very many units, it doesn't change the unit capacity that we're showing is based on what can theoretically be built there, whether or not it exists currently. So in other words, the parcels that right now, don't have very many units on them are not counting against your unit capacity or bringing you down. So removing them from the sub-district won't, positively change your unit capacity. They'll probably bring it down because it's parcels that would no longer be contributing to the district. Was that your question or not quite?
Yeah, I guess with if they're really large parcels, some really much larger parcels, because you can only get 3 units on a really large parcel.
It would drag the density numbers down. Yeah, you're right.
Well, are we not now, though, looking at 10,000 square feet, in which case you'd want those because those are some nice, juicy parcels.
I think they're even bigger than, I think they're...
there's a handful that are, there's a handful that aren't, but I mean, I'm looking at, 10,000, 11,000, 11,000, 12,000, 11,000, 13,000. There's some 16,000s on Elliott Street between Cliff and Cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of it's ledge, and it might be hard to do some of them. But I think it would be worth looking at how the 10,000 maps out.
Then that would be maybe a way to look at that.
So it sounds like maybe we're running a version of this that looks at modifying the transit area triplex and maybe also the Blue Hills Parkway corridor to be a 10,000 square foot minimum. And having 4 units per lot for the transit area triplex, because that is generally speaking smaller lots and pretty consistent in lot size. And then for Blue Hills Parkway, having a similar units per acre constraint that would approximate the same thing as a 4 unit per lot at 10,000.
Yeah, I think maybe what we were thinking, or at least our discussion is, maybe we need a little more analysis of the Parkway area to see, maybe a minimum lot size would be 5,000 there, or 6,000 or something, because of what's there already. And so I don't know. I mean, where you put no minimum lot size, maybe that's an appropriate approach. I just haven't given that enough thought yet. There's enough.
Yeah, we can take a look at it and make a recommendation to you. Yeah.
And expanding it over to Brush Hill Road, that whole triangle. So just not on the Parkway, because the Parkway is historic. It's a park, with a way through it.
Well, again, it's not about. It's about seeing if you can find some place. I kind of almost say are there oversized parcels where you can do some infill? That's the way I'm looking at it. And if there's some opportunity for some infill, you're thinking, I think, more about sort of keeping what's there and codifying what's there.
Yes.
So I don't know, maybe they can take a look at that. But I would say if we could really, if you don't mind, like if they ran short on time, if we can have them focus on these couple of major things first, and then if they can have a sort of an alternate that puts as an alternate, but that's not like a base part of the next scenario. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
One thought on, just as I'm hearing you discuss, and also like looking at the parcel patterning here, that I think the area that I think Margaret, this is your Maggie, the expanding to this area to the west of Blue Hills Parkway, that's largely small lots. I see that as being more akin to the transit area triplex rule set. That, it's smaller lot sizes. It's generally speaking, I'd imagine you'd be wanting to develop with an eye to avoiding tear downs. And that along the parkway here, there's more opportunity for, with some of these larger parcel sizes, a different kind of infill development that might include new construction. So it may be that the rule set that applies to the parcels that line the parkway is kind of its own thing, and that this area here that you're discussing might be more akin to the rule set that we've been talking about within the transit area triplex. Although I guess maybe these parcel sizes might actually be too small for that, now that I'm looking at it more closely.
I think we find if we're going to go to a 10,000 square foot minimum, it's going to eliminate
almost all of these.
Almost all. Are those mostly single family or two family, or just kind of a mix?
Do you know, Tim?
Which portion are we asking about?
The triangle.
There's, mostly I think it's probably a pretty good mix of 1s, 2s, and 3s. I know, I just know, I'll give you an example of, Belvoir Road, which I think is in there.
Yep.
That's almost all 2s on that street. And there's probably a smattering of 3s in there, and then a smattering of 1s. So, to Maggie's point, there's an opportunity to sort of formalize, what's there. I don't know if those are necessarily illegal 3s, but they're 3s and they're not zoning compliant. But it is probably, you can just see from the parcelization, the densest part of town that we have, and probably if you looked at it, a significant number of 2s and 3s.
So maybe that actually is, if we were to include that is a triplex district, we're talking about 3-unit development there. That's the version of multifamily that would be closest to what's there currently.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Current parameters that we have in the spreadsheet, I think that sort of 5,000 square foot-ish lot really gets you about 3 units. So it's sort of doing that already. I'm not sure we get a hugely different sort of result.
Yeah, so in other words, you can expect that all the parcels that are pink here would be ones that would not yield any units because they are below 5,000.
Yeah, and then the maybe a missed opportunity on some of the larger lots.
So maybe in that area, if we looked at it, there might be where the existing condition is a little more footprint for the building than 30%. So maybe it's 35 or 40, and maybe the total building and parking is more than 50%. Maybe that's 60 to Jim's point earlier. So maybe that's a way to look at that as its own sort of, if you said triplex is one parameter, parkway is another, this might be a third.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, is it's actually a different, it's not an extension of the rule set that we have along, Blue Hills Parkway here. It's a new rule set that's intended to be a 3-unit rule set that assumes a slightly higher, coverage of the parcel, and is intended to approximate what's been built there already.
I agree with that too.
Yeah.
I think that's the right direction to go.
And I'm one who really wants open space and trees, and so I'm always advocating for that. But I think since that is not in existence today, we need to accept it. And as I said, they're very
Increase the boundaries.
They're very pretty heavy. So I wouldn't want to see them torn down.
Great. Okay, so I think that's pretty clear to me. So I think we have of what we've been calling the transit area triplex. I'm going to switch maps here for a second to hopefully help the discussion.
And would we ever decide to do that same rule set to the neighborhood behind the Milton Food Mart and the Knights of Columbus building? You know, to Laurel over to West Street and do that triangle?
Maybe we could in an update. I'm really thinking we need to settle on a map, and maybe even this triangle on the left if it makes it too complicated at this juncture. Because if your concern is to legalize something that exists and to allow people really to be able to invest knowing that it's compliant with zoning, because, you know, when you're trying to do something, when it's not compliant, it can be challenging, then that's kind of a little separate goal in a sense, right? But I think it's worth having them see if they can do it for the triangle. Beyond that, I think we should think of it later.
Okay, that's fine.
So for next week, will we be able to see sort of a build-out analysis on what we're discussing, or are we still going to be looking at sort of tweaking our setbacks and boundaries and height?
I think we're going to be switching gears so we won't necessarily be having like a full 3D visualization of all of the ideas that we've just discussed, but I think we'll be able to show you, you know, some tests of the, you know, the setback and cover it. You know, we won't take specific parcels. What we'll do is we'll kind of abstract like parcel types that are representative of the pattern that we're seeing. And we'll show you like an existing building, I'm thinking, and then the rule set that we're suggesting and what you'd be able to build within it. So it might be like a 2D test fit is what we would call versus 3D to show you kind of the way the rule sets apply. I don't know, Matthew, you'll be kind of directing this more than I will, but that was kind of my first thought of the easiest way to move through this set of questions.
Yeah, I think it's a sampling of some typical conditions, including sort of real as-built setback, parking, and then testing that on, you know, a few typical lots.
I think we'd be doing that on the, you know, representative parcels within what we're currently calling the transit area triplex. And then do the same for this sort of expanded like triplex buffer around Blue Hills Parkway. And then perhaps something slightly different for the Blue Hills Parkway parcels themselves. So like, you know, 3 or so typologies of, you know, typical parcel conditions and the rule sets that would apply to them.
Great. That sounds good.
And then, Zoe, where are we with the net gain, you know, existing versus potential build-out? Is that something we can...
Sure, yeah, let me, so we did an initial tally, and this is not for any particular scenario, so this is like overcounts things. I'm actually going to start with the minimum one because this is closer to what we're actually talking about. So what we've done here, and before kind of like formally presenting this, I want to just sort of big caveat. This is based on the estimates of existing units, which we know are always a little bit inaccurate. Census is often a little inaccurate. Rental registries are often a little inaccurate. So generally speaking, anything that you're seeing that's an existing unit count is an estimate of unit count of units that are present currently. So in this column, for each of these sub-districts that we've been speaking about, you'll see the existing unit estimate and what that translates to in terms of existing units per acre. Note that like a couple of these are predominantly commercial or undeveloped right now. So like Granite Ave is undeveloped for residential. East Milton Square has very minimal residential. It's predominantly commercial. Blue Hills Parkway corridor has quite a bit of commercial, institutional development, et cetera. So that's why you're seeing those really low unit numbers and low densities right now in those subdistricts. So what you're looking at here, this is, using the parameters that we have, in our kind of, cutting it close version. With those parameters, when you compare the modeled unit capacity that we're looking at with the existing unit estimates, these are the sort of additions here, and you can kind of compare the units per acre versus modeled units per acre across the board here as well. So Granite Ave is showing the biggest gain, which is to be expected given that it has no units there currently and it is quite a large site. The next one that's showing the biggest gain is Milton Station, East Milton Square. Again, reflecting the fact that there are hardly any residential units there currently. Milton Station is showing quite a big gain. And then Mattapan Station, only a very small gain, very incremental in that setting. And then the transit area triplex, a gain of about 100. The Blue Hills Parkway corridor, a gain of about 223. So this is, broadly speaking, the scale of change that we're talking about in those different subdistricts. And again, recognizing that, zoning is not something that people act on immediately. This is something that happens over 10, 20, 50 years. So this is not like something that you're going to wake up tomorrow and this, this change will have occurred. This should give you a bit of a sense.
1640, 1640?
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So an addition of 1640?
Yeah. But I think the reality of it is, though, you can see 30% of those very quickly. Granite Ave, there's nothing to stop that. There's so much incentive. I'm sorry?
Land ownership.
Well, I agree, but that's not, it's not like consolidated, well, the state wants this stuff. It's not like consolidating all the lots that you'd have to consolidate in a densely, like in your neighborhood, Peter. I just think you have to be realistic that you could see 30% of that 1640 pretty quickly.
Well, that's where RKG
Yes.
will come in,
RKG is
right?
gonna do the
They'll give
analysis.
some
Yeah.
analysis on what they think that might be.
Yeah.
So we'll look forward to that. And they're coming on the 28th, so.
And I guess
Okay.
we could ask the building department what their, historically, how many permits have been pulled and see if it's been in decline, the past year or two. My guess is it's only been increased.
So my sense is they're going to get swamped because this is by right.
Yes.
Yeah.
A guy like me isn't going to say, well, I got to go through the ZBA or whatever, the planning board. This is you're going to get your permit very quickly. So, 30% might be low, in my opinion.
Well, it depends on the
that's a whole
sellers.
different conversation, so let's not get, because it is important.
Nobody has to
It is
sell.
definitely important, so,
This
all right,
will
so I
happen.
think
We have to
this
keep in mind
is,
this is going to happen.
yeah. So I think we're at a good place to, and you're available to come next week? Is that?
Yes, we have it reserved in our calendars to join you next week.
That's
Assuming that you have, room on the agenda for us to address these topics.
That's great, Zoe, thank you.
So we have a meeting a week from today?
A week from today?
Yes.
So you have what you need from us for decisions tonight?
I think so. I just want to reflect back to you a couple of them to make sure that that I've heard you correctly. So I think what I've heard is that we're going to take the current, what we've shown as the Blue Hills Parkway corridor, and we're going to look at whether it makes sense to add a minimum lot size to that, like a 7,500 akin to the transit area triplex. And that we will also study the sort of the setbacks and the lot coverage type parameters for that to recommend sort of the urban design controls that would accompany that corridor. So just the parcels that are really lining the Blue Hills Parkway itself. And then we would look at the area around it that is currently sort of closest to a 3-unit typology on small lot sizes. We would look at applying a rule set to that assumed a 5,000 square foot lot size minimum and approximate the setbacks and the sort of lot coverage pattern that we're seeing within that. That would be a 3-unit per lot subdistrict. And then within the current transit area triplex district, we would look at, converting that to a 10,000 square foot minimum with a 4 units per lot maximum to, consider it not as really a triplex district anymore, but instead as a place where you would see, according, the ideal outcome for you all would be 2 duplexes on a single lot that is retaining the current, the existing building that's facing the street currently. Does that sound about right to you all?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, if you needed to make adjustments because of the boundaries for that 10,000, or if you needed to go back to where you were on Granite Ave, because in your 1C you reduced it, but in 1A and B you hadn't, right?
Right.
So, you might have to make some adjustments for the former triplex area, right?
Yep, and I think I recall you saying that along Central Ave, that might be a place where we could add a few more parcels that would be in line with this new vision of a 10,000 square foot minimum, 4 units per lot concept. And that might be one place to look. And then outside of that we could look at, Granite Ave and the other 2 station areas as places where we could, incrementally increase density just to get, over the line if we need a little bit of help doing that.
And just to make sure, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly at the beginning, just to confirm that East Milton is also a mixed-use area? I thought you just said it was Milton Village, but, okay.
Sorry, no, my mistake. So we are only, there's sort of 2 ways that we've been talking about mixed use. The one that is mixed use, the required mixed use would be Milton Station. And then East Milton Square, what we did is we used 2.5 stories by right residential only, with the expectation that you are developing a zoning rule set that would include essentially like a bonus or an incentive to go maybe 1 story in addition to that, 1 or 2 stories in addition to that, in exchange for the provision of commercial ground floor. So that's an incentive-based approach, whereas Milton Station is a required mixed-use approach. That's what we're assuming right now. Does that distinction make sense?
Just a question for the board. Why are we not including High Street?
It's in the triplex district.
So
it's under the different parameters.
And there's some
than the bigger building.
1770s antique houses along there too.
Those are tiny lot sizes. We're talking about small lot sizes. Those are.
The old Wolf building is huge, and then that office.
That's included.
Is huge.
They're in the triplex. Maybe.
The Wolf is still included.
Maybe they can.
I think it is.
Yeah, I'll pop this back up.
Here.
Yeah, so this is just to go back. So this is what we were looking at last time. We did remove several of the parcels in here because they are listed on the National Register.
Oh, okay.
Some of those smaller parcels that you see in there. So if you just keep that in your mind, those 2 blue areas, and then I'm going to switch to the next slide here.
I got you. Remove them. Okay.
Those ones have come out because they're listed on the National Register. And we have, using that like 1,000 feet from the station area, we did expand to include these, which are outside of that National Register, but that are within the 1,000 feet of Milton Station. So this yellow would be the part that is subject to the required mixed use provision. Anything that's shown in the blue is not subject to that mixed use provision, but is included in the transit area triplex as it's currently shown.
So I think we're missing opportunity.
In the Central Ave, the Central Ave Business District, is that the same as East Milton, 2.5 stories with an added incentive for first floor commercial?
The Central Ave district is part of the Milton Station district.
Oh, okay.
So all of that in yellow is the same sub-district.
So getting back to High Street, we're just omitting that because there's a couple of historic buildings on High Street? I'm missing it.
It's a National Register district. So she said she removed the National Register district properties there.
So once again, that's every building on High Street? I don't get it.
There is a building on High Street that's not historic, the
Yeah, there are
dental
some.
building.
There's
or
a
the-
lot of them that are.
yeah.
Even
one
the
side,
DeWolf building
even
has
if
been totally
she did one
renovated. I mean,
Yeah.
and the old funeral home that is now commercial space.
Can't wait till what she added.
So,
So can't you include High Street, but then just,
the lot
Take out
sizes
the
are going to be too big.
historic. Or put a restriction or,
None of those will be 10,000 square feet, for sure.
so, but maybe in that district, then we go down to a smaller lot size. Because there's that brick building, was that where the Times used to be at one point?
But if we, I guess my concern about some of these are there areas where we can modify the map later?
Yeah.
And
we
get the
wanna
compliant district that we can get these parameters worked out in. It's kind of the same idea that you said going on the other side of, I forget the name of the street there, but the other side of the parkway there. I mean, I think it's a good point, but I think the more we try and add these small pieces back in, the more bogged down we're going to get and not hit our deadlines. And if we have to submit by the
It's different.
22nd.
I feel like the smaller, it's easier to deal with a smaller, and then we check it off as we go. Like, for me, looking at High Street and the parameters, then we can say, okay, that's good to go.
And from a long-term planning, I think it would be nice to have more commercial space in Milton Village because it's so restricted.
Well, we have an overlay district there right now. It's a mixed-use overlay in Milton
You know what would
Village.
be helpful? I think it's so hard to see these. Can we get all of these? Will all be posted and we can have so if you could just send them out to the planning board too, just so we could
Tim,
to come back to
do they have it in this format? This format's really easy to see.
the yellow lines.
The aerial photo with the
Yeah.
Parcel.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little.
Yeah, so we can send you a version of this that, if there's a particular area that you want to look at, we can send you a zoomed in, a similar map like this to show you the consideration. So I think Tim, you had shared with us the initial feedback about the National Register.
And one other thing that I would say about, I wasn't here for the Milton Village overlay process, but I've read that zoning, and I think the parcels that we have in the Milton Station area, although a lot of them are covered by the overlay, these are not the ones that are really had the exception of Webb Mill and the extra space building. These were not necessarily the target parcels for, really delving deep into the dimensional parameters and the historic preservation requirements. I think the overlay was really about High Street and Adam Street and kind of protecting that character. And so I would hesitate to throw those into a by right district where you would want to use the by right zoning over the overlay. Because the overlay was very deliberate and very conscious about preservation of sort of the character of those two streets. So it would be something I would be careful of, I think.
And having spent 3 years working on that overlay district and taking a lot of feedback from folks about that area and the historic concerns about it. I mean, I mentioned the historic buildings are there's lot sizes that are less than 2,000 square feet. There are a couple that are 10,000 square feet. 25 high is that sort of building setback. That's the office building, and it's probably built in the 60s, I'm going to guess. And then the funeral home on the corner. But, I mean, even Meredith was one who commented quite a bit on the old funeral home on the corner and the scale of that. And so you're coming in and out, that's on that corner. So we gave a lot of consideration to the design standards and design guidelines that we did in that area. And to think that in a couple of weeks or even a month or two that we're going to be able to put that same kind of consideration into an as of right zoning, I think would be probably a concern to the folks who followed the 3 years of getting that overlay done.
So because we don't have enough time, and that's more of an argument to try to extend this a little bit and slow it down and really take a look at the parcels that could be developed,
Well,
right?
I don't think we need to increase the parcels in this
No.
location. This is like one of the maxed out, like extra space storage, the number of units that can go in there. This is going to be, what could happen down here is significant. I don't think we want to add more parcels to this.
It's our commercial area. I mean, it's where the commercial development is. I guess I missed it.
Right.
And if we go
Well, I think maybe a way to think of this is to reinforce, I think this is already an established, commercial corridor that you have. It's just, has historic character. It has, its own fabric, its own sort of scale. You can see the parcels that are included in the Milton Station subdistrict are all, generally speaking, much larger and, have a different relationship to the street. And you can imagine that if we see, mixed use development move forward on these, it helps to sort of reinforce this as sort of a commercial hub. And so this is sort of serving a different kind of commercial that exists already in order to, develop under the by right rules. I think this, to the point that was made earlier, it would take a lot of nuance to figure out a set of rules that would match what is here currently and would allow for by right development without the sort of design guidelines that you have embedded in your overlay. So I would sort of see these as complementary, districts to one another, but not as, one and the same in terms of what they're seeking to achieve. I don't know if that's helpful, but as an outsider perspective, that's what I'd kind of offer.
Jim, I don't, and you worked on it, Cheryl, so you can speak to this. It doesn't restrict us from having commercial development. It just means it has to comply with the guidelines. That can still be commercially developed.
Oh yeah, the underlying zoning of commercial is still there. The mixed-use overlay is an option for it, and there's a bonus system set within that overlay, so as to carefully calibrate it, not to incentivize tear down of historic buildings, so that. And it took a lot of analysis to calibrate that correctly, and a lot of people worked on it. It was really critical to getting that zoning passed, was all of that analysis. So there was a lot of concern about, Milton has always done new development by special permit, except for single families. And so there was a real concern about having an as of right, that I think there will still be a lot of concern about an as of right in a historic area. So we're trying to move forward on other areas that we haven't yet done that level of analysis on to calibrate it. And the more we add different kinds of character, the harder it's going to be to calibrate the area that we know we have to include, sort of connecting these two end districts. And I really, at this point, think we need to concentrate the time to calibrate those areas. I'm really concerned about adding areas at this point in time.
Yeah, and I think regardless whether it was a lot of hours or a few hours to do what you guys did, I think you made great decisions and it was good work. And I don't think we should go back and change it.
Good design guidance.
Yeah. Can you show us the triplex area right around High Street? I've forgotten what that looks like now.
So this one's zoomed out a little bit because of the number of parcels included, but you basically can see that right now we're pulling the parcels that line the street on this side and hugging around.
Can you zoom in on that for us?
Let's see if I can.
Maybe slide that.
This is going to get fuzzy, so apologies.
Easier to see, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So it picks up part of the commercial district, Jim, not the High Street portion.
But aren't those all beautiful single-family residential homes, all towards the south?
It's it's picking.
Yeah. Yes, those are.
Those are fantastic houses. I'd rather see High Street than that.
Yeah, I know.
Personally.
Yeah,
I think trade High Street.
No,
for that.
she did take that off. I think those are off now. That's what it was before.
But are those all more than 10,000 square feet to be back on again?
These, are you speaking about these parcels here?
Yeah.
So these ones were added with that sort of more objective rule of we're looking at parcels that are 1,000 feet away from a station area. And this would, if we're looking at this sort of new concept of a 10,000 square foot minimum and 4 units per lot, these parcels are a good candidate for seeing like a rear lot infill, I would say, of like a duplex on the rear of the lot, that kind of thing. I will note that these do have some wetlands on the back end, so that would restrict how much of it, how far back development could go. But I think that's, realistically what we'd be talking about on these parcels.
But
So-
is that what we want?
Yeah, I
don't
just,
want that.
can we just describe this a little bit? Is that coming down Canton Ave? Is that Morton Road? I'm trying to figure out.
I think that's
Yeah.
Randolph Ave, Adams Street up to Hutchinson's Field, it looks like. So you're looking at those 5 houses you just said.
Oh, that's all the historic. That's all the National Historic.
Yeah, that all.
That's all the National
it's-
Historic District. I thought we were pulling all that out.
No, that's all in because of the 10,000 square feet, I think.
These ones here.
No. Yeah, those are National Register historically very significant going up there.
Along Adams Street here?
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
Okay.
And it's George Bush's birthplace. Yeah, that's not what we're.
I would say though.
That's not.
I would say though, folks.
Well, you know what? I'll talk to Tim and go over those because
Yeah,
I think.
I gave Zoe the parcels that you gave me, so.
No, the ones I wanted to take off, not.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, so the High Street, the Morton Road, the Brook Road, those are
We
out
can
as
do
of-
that offline, and I can sort of go through that historic district.
One thing I
'cause we
do
wanna-
want to say is, I would say what I've looked at, everything is built 1875 to 1922. So who are we to decide which is more important historically than another? Just because it's on a larger piece of land and it faces the water. I think the people who live in and own these other parcels throughout this district think that their property is just as valuable and historic as these properties. So I don't think that we should be handpicking which sites we take off. I think we should ask them to come back, and then we can look at whether there's some sections of this which make less sense than others. But for us to handpick them at this juncture without having the input of all of them.
Just made the argument.
Are handpicked.
I know, and we
So
just
I
made
would
the
go back
argument
to I would
that
go back to the
High
revised
Street's off the
version.
table because
And
it's
do lot by
historic, right? I mean, we're
No,
not
so-
touching High Street because it's historic,
then-
and we did a lot of work on an overlay, but now we're going way into a historic area.
And I will just tell you, this is something that will probably be a future. We're looking at local historic districts.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the village, but this will also be a future local historic district. So we can, I think we can get there. We can work on this, but I would go back to I would take what we have here and go back to the previous iteration before doing what this is.
It sounds like we just need to hear from you which of the parcels that
Yeah.
that you need us to remove here, so that when we're running the updated models, we're reflecting something that you're comfortable putting forward.
And I can go through that with Tim. So
Yeah.
Because I think we're at a good place otherwise. So that's.
And as everyone, I think that my recommendation would be to go off of the, something that is, so as not to get to, I think it was Cheryl's point here, so as not to get into sort of customized decision making about what is historic and what is not. I think just sticking to things that are in a National Register historic district or some other official historic designation program is, what we're looking at right now. Beyond that, I think we're not in a position to evaluate the distinctions of what is and is not historic with the time and resources that are available for this.
Yeah, but
this
it goes
effort.
back to the point that it's not what we're used to seeing. So that area is not, we're used to seeing.
I would think in that area there could be a carriage house in the back, though. So, I mean, we might be used to seeing 2 buildings on a property there. And how big they are, you can set the scale of that second building to, so that you're it's smaller than what's there, subordinate to the main house, so anyway.
Yeah, I don't want to take up more time from anybody, but that's, yeah. I can talk to Tim and just show that district area, so we'll.
I just want to let it be known that I think that doing that is crazy, personally, just for the record.
Yeah, that would be.
Well, you know, to the point that we were making earlier, we were trying to develop something that would provide continuity with as it exists today. You know, this could be a significant departure from that strategy we had earlier for another part of the town.
I don't think that you're going to find that has 10,000 buildable square feet by the time you do the wetlands, but I think they need to look at the what we outlined, and and we're going to have to probably add some area, and if it's central, central makes sense to me, and if that means these can come off. But I do think I'm trying to be mindful of comments that we've received from people about equity and, you know, about thinking about the fact that some parts of this are people want to easily say, oh yeah, that's okay there. But we have to be mindful that people love their homes, no matter they're big parcels or not, or historic or not.
Totally agree with you.
So I just wanted to make sure that we reinforce those comments that we've heard.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you. And we'll be in touch. I'll talk to Tim. Thank you for your work on this. We really appreciate your joining us tonight.
Absolutely. Thanks for the discussion. I think we have good marching orders for next time, and we'll hope to come back to you with some stuff that helps to clarify some of the discussion tonight.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you so
Zoe.
much.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thanks all.
Thanks.
So long.
That's great. Okay. So now we can move on. Discussion of zoning authority under Chapter 40A. As all of you got the email from Town Council, we'd reached out to find out regarding the select boards, and based on an email that we had received discussing Chapter 40A, our position in doing zoning versus the select board's position in zoning. We did get a response from Town Council. There is another Mass General Law under 80A and 80B, which talks about a cease and desist from other committees or boards that do zoning. I don't think it's worth wasting I think our time is more valuable rather than, you know, trying to go around and around with who's going to do the zoning. I think that we really need to keep on track in doing our work. The select board do have a zoning article, which they have sent to us, the zoning language, but it's for us to improve and for us to make it the best that we can make it. And so I think that's our responsibility, and I rather focus on that rather than who's going to create the zoning. Let's focus on our board doing the best zoning possible and being compliant as best we can. You know, and this doesn't have to be a discussion for tonight, but as I go forward thinking, this will hopefully, I plan to have something before, you know, to have for town meeting, something that works to improve. I think there's a lot of areas. I think the zoning that the select board put forth, they had really listened to some of our height, you know, changing East Milton down to 2.5 stories. But I think there's obviously some good discussion tonight that we had and things that we can do to improve the zoning on multiple districts. What I am thinking, and the board can consider this because I think this is very doable, is to have an article that hopefully the select board would accept our article that would comply with the guidelines for the MBTA, for HLC, the law. Well, this is something that would do both. Actually, one that would comply with what the guidelines are, have something to present to town meeting, but then have a second article which complies with a very good size, and I think we all are in agreement of a lot of these districts, but have something of reasonable size that complies with the law in the event that the first article does not get passed something that would be more acceptable as a backup, that we would comply with the law and that we would be safeguarding our town. And I think it puts it in the hands of town meeting to actually make the ultimate decision. I don't feel comfortable, necessarily saying, we're not attorneys here. So we want to have something that is good for Milton. The select board obviously feels strongly that the guidelines are law. I think I would not want to overzone for our town, but I also want to comply. So my theory is we have something that complies. We present that to town meeting, but we also have a second article which meets the law, complies with the law, but maybe doesn't hit, it has 15 units per acre, it's within a half-mile radius, but maybe doesn't have exactly everything that's in the guidelines, but something that our town could feel that we could accept and that it would be palpable for our town. Because I think a lot of people aren't sure if this is really good for Milton. And we're not there yet. We don't have a cost analysis. We haven't done our build-out analysis. So maybe we'll all feel differently once we see something and once we get the financials. But I'm just thinking that maybe that might be a way, because what happens if we put everything that all the guidelines, are met, and then town meeting says no, turns it down?
Well, we would, I think for that purpose, we would ask for them to have them send it to us for further study, because if you turn it down, you can't bring it back for 2 years, right? So we would have that. But
would that be a good idea to have a really good sized district, average 15 units per acre?
I wonder though, Meredith, I think if we're really working on the compliance, I don't know how we do 2 different compliance tracks in the time frame that we have. It's just, so I am concerned about that. I agree with you that I read the zoning that the select board approved and sent my comments out. I know that Tim used the model bylaw that the state has as the starting point for that. And there's a lot, that's a good starting point for all zoning that's in that. So I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel with starting something anew. I think we can improve upon what they started, which, some of it would have to change based on what we talked about tonight too, because the district, and this zoning is not tied to districts, by the way, a map. Right. There's no map for it. So it's like.
And it might be we pull out the triplex district. Like if we feel like that puts us over the edge on how many units we're going to have, new units, the traffic, what that might do, the implications. I'm concerned about that. We don't know how that's going to play out. But I'm just saying it would be basically identical zoning. It would just be maybe pulling out one of the districts or reducing slightly one of the districts. We don't have to decide that right now. I'm just thinking, would we want to maybe have a secondary article, such as the way Brookline is doing? If one does not pass, there's something that
I'm not familiar with what Brookline's doing, so maybe we could get an update from Brookline about how they're doing it. But I am all for doing what we can to.
And I am too. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
We need to work.
Just like I was advocating for the districts to try and get ourselves advanced. In another month, we might be thinking, maybe I'll be thinking a little bit differently, but I'm more encouraged that we might be able to get something that's tailored to that area than I was before. And I think the more work that we do and the more work that Utile does, we'll get a better sense. I mean, we might, like I said to you all earlier, I became very concerned that we were creating something that was tear down incentive, which was very concerning. So I said, well, how can we fix that? And so I think if we keep thinking like that and communicating that to folks, we'll be doing what we did like in Milton Village. And the reason it's
Mm-hmm.
time consuming is you test everything out so that you're trying to
Absolutely.
assure people that you've thought through that zoning, right?
Right.
And that's what we still need to do here. And
We do, and we have a short period of time. So I do think, I'm just thinking of that, getting something passed that complies with the law. But
See,
obviously-
I think there's danger there of just getting something passed. I mean, just the exchange we had about Milton Village leads me to believe that we're just going to push something forward to hit the numbers, and it's not going to be good for Milton long term. And it might be crazy in some people's eyes, but I would like to see us take our time and do this right. And if it means we can't get it done by December 2023, then we can't get it done. And if the state
problem
comes
is
and says, we're going to sue you January 1st, and maybe we can write them a letter and say, hey, we need more time. What's the big deal in trying?
The issue is the select board are going to put an
Not
article.
maybe it comes from the planning board. Yeah, so the select
Right,
puts an
so
article
we need to make
forward.
we need to do the best that we can to put something forward that will be better than what the select board
Maybe in
has.
our work in the next couple of months, we can convince the select board that pushing something just to satisfy numbers is crazy.
I don't think they're going to want to push, they want an article on the town meeting
And
floor.
maybe they own it.
And it might be, and then maybe they own it too. And I think that's what we'll have to get closer to see.
I happen to favor options for town meeting. I do. And I think it would be better to not have town meeting, to have an all or none proposition. You either take that article or you don't take that article. I think that's very risky for the town. We hear more and more now from the residents of people that are both for, and some are all for it, some are opposed, and some prefer reclassification and could get completely on board with reclassification. It's going to be very difficult to write an article that's going to satisfy every resident in town.
True.
We might have a better opportunity at town meeting to pass something if town meeting has more than one option. So I don't think your idea is a bad idea at all. I feel like I agree with you. We have to make the very best effort to get something passed at town meeting. And if we force the town meeting to have one option and one option only, I think there's a ton of risk for the town.
So we should hear, or the select board should hear from the MBTA about the reclassification before December 4th if the MBTA honors the select board's request.
Well, the
But
request
how-
was for tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
And they're
So
not
we'll see.
asking. They're not asking for a reclassification. They're just asking for justification as to
All
why
right.
we're classified.
All right, so,
That's going to tell us. I mean, no offense, but it's not going to tell us anything.
I mean, I think
It's just
what
something to
we've,
think about as we move forward, and I want to continue to do our work as
I guess
best
the
we can.
question that goes before town meeting members at that point is, you're presenting us with something that you say is compliant, and then you say that we need to comply with the law. Then you're presenting us with something that's not compliant as an alternative to what's compliant and meeting the law. Why would you pass the thing that's not compliant if you don't have to pass it at all? It was what you're telling them. Because at that point, why change it? I mean, I would ask myself as a town meeting member, why are you asking me to pass something that you're telling me doesn't meet the law? And what is that getting us? We're still going to get sued, but now we still are going to get more housing too. I mean,
But there's a question on whether the guidelines are legally, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just.
So that leads into my whole thing, and I've been saying this throughout the whole process, and we have never finalized it. So I have asked and stated that I think the planning board needs to get outside legal counsel. And after the select board put their article forward, I am more convinced of that now than ever. I feel like we are here for the residents. I feel like there's been a lot of conversations about what is the law, what is the guidelines. We all received Alex Whiteside's memo, and I feel like we've forgotten it. We haven't discussed it. We haven't had town council weigh in on it. And I feel like we need to. I mean, number one, he gave this town so much, 30 years. And I think we need to honor his work. And if the select board, if they're not interested, and I think we need to do it. So I think we, as a planning board, need to hire outside counsel. And I think outside counsel would help us figure out the law for versus the guidelines. Outside counsel could help us write our own article. And then possibly, to Jim's point, maybe they could help us request for additional time if we need it. So I think it's unfortunate the selectmen decided to put forth their article. I think it's put a lot of pressure on our staff. To what you said, Cheryl, it's a lot of work to review 2 articles at the same time. And other towns in rapid transit, their planning department, they have 30 people in their planning department. Newton, I think, has at least 30. They have an office of town council. So poor Tim and Josh are in the middle, and it's just the 2 of them. And I don't think it's fair that, it's unfortunate that we're in this position today as a planning board. But I do think, I like options. I think the planning board needs to create our own article, and I think we need help from outside counsel. And then, unfortunately, we're going to have to go through the public hearing process with the select board's article. And as you know, the process is such that any article comes to the planning board, and then the planning board takes a vote to support that article or not.
Well, what we've had happen too is articles get submitted to us as citizens petition,
Correct.
and we take them on as articles ourselves.
Yeah.
And I kind of view the select board as the same way. It's kind of, the reason a property owner does that is to get the planning board to take action, right? Because they want to see something happen for that parcel that they're looking at.
I know,
Ned
and I
Corcoran's
did that. And I did a citizen's petition, and I went through that process twice.
Yeah, so
I'm overly familiar
Right.
with it.
But to the point of, the state developed a model bylaw, and I kind of look at that as being a really good starting point. I'm sure attorneys were involved in the development of that. The important part to me about what that zoning does is what it's going to allow to be done. And that's our analysis work. The legal aspects of it, I anticipate that can be reviewed, but the really important part, I think, is the lot size, the setback, the FAR, the lot coverage, all of that matches up in the for the areas that we're doing. And we control that, and we control it through our analysis. And I know I'm beating a dead horse now by continuing to say that that's where I think the focus is, because when somebody looks at the zoning and they see what they're going to build, like a developer, like I said to you, okay, if I were hired by a developer to look at one of those parcels and they said, okay, here's what that property is right now. Could you add a 3rd unit here? Could you add 2 units here? And how would you do it? And that's the part that you want to test out. You want to think through, because you don't want the people like Jim thinking they're going to come in and do the wrong thing, because you want the people to come in who are going to do the right thing. And you got to give them the tools to do the right thing. But you can't give them those tools until you understand that those numbers mean this on the ground.
I know, and I think we're in agreement with that. There's no question. We're not disputing that. We're just talking about the path forward. And I think tonight was, I thought last meeting and I thought tonight was really a successful meeting, and we've made some great progress.
That's why I don't think we need to decide whether it's a select board or planning board, because that article, if you read, or that zoning, if you read it, sets out to do all the things that we've talked about. We just need to plug in the right numbers, the right parameters, as we're calling them. So there's nothing magic about the rest of the language in it.
There is actually. When I read through that, I think we need an independent, as we would do with any of our zoning, have a lawyer to read over that, because when I read through that document, it was very protective of DHCD, and that any exclusions or any change of variations had to, it referred back to DHCD that,
The guidelines?
in the actual zoning language. So I think we plug those in. I think that's all important work, and I think that's a framework for whatever attorney would write our zoning. But I think we need to have our own zoning that's not written by the state, because it is very much.
If you want it to be compliant, though, you need to know that the state will accept it, right?
We know what we need,
You
and we would have it.
You made some excellent points in your research, and I appreciate it. You spent a lot of time putting that together. I get it. There's a lot of hours put into all of those particular parts of those neighborhoods that you studied and put together all that data. And I agree with your points that the continuity in that neighborhood should be maintained to the degree that we possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
The result of that might be numbers that don't meet the state requirement.
Well, if the
You do realize that, right?
well, I don't know. I'm not. Based on what I've done, I think it's possible to meet them. So I'm not giving that ground yet.
What you've done so far, everything you talked about earlier, I feel you're doing what's right for Milton to maintain, a lot of the character that exists. I think the residents are going to appreciate that. And if it leads us to a number that doesn't reach 2,461, I happen to think that's okay. Now, I don't think anybody else, any other board in the town is going to agree with anything under 2,461. I feel like we might have no choice. If we want to look after the residents and we want to do a lot of the things that you talked about earlier today, we may have no choice. We may have two articles that have two different counts.
I don't think we have to decide today, though, Sean.
We might not have to, but Meredith has brought it up. We're all entitled to our opinion.
Right.
You're entitled to yours. I feel like I'm entitled to mine, as are the other members of the board, and so are the residents of the town.
So I just would like to ask Tim, because we had always been talking about having someone writing our zoning. What do we need to do to have a Bob Mitchell or somebody who specializes in writing zoning to once we have our parameters, and I think it would be very, we would be bringing them sort of the template for what we want, but having it customized to the language that is legally protective of our town.
If you're talking about just procuring legal services, it's just a matter of developing a scope of work, and we don't actually, legal services are exempt from 30B, so you could just send that off to whoever you want, at the price that you want. I think that the more bespoke you get from the model bylaw that the state provided, the more at risk you are of them deeming it to be non-compliant. I don't necessarily think it's a strong risk, but I mean you bring up the example of Brookline. The Brookline example, they've got a preferred path and they've got a backup path. Both of those paths are compliant. Mm-hmm. They believe that they're compliant. They're not talking about a backup that may or may not hit their compliance targets.
Yeah, it is different.
So I think, ultimately what we're talking about is, and I think Cheryl's point is a good one. What's the point of bringing a non-compliant bylaw into town meeting?
If it complies
Yeah, so
with
that's
the
why
law.
I was wondering if we would want town council to provide us this is what I would like.
Mm-hmm.
I would like town council to provide us a legal memo outlining the law versus the guidelines. Like, for my own sense of satisfaction and put my mind at ease, that's what I would like town council to do. And I want them to do it because town council, the current president of Mass Municipal Lawyers Association works at Murphy, Hesse, and Toomey. And she was actively involved in writing a letter from MMLA to Governor Baker, outlining all the defects in this MBTA communities law. So I would like to hear from town council their view, because they have been intimately involved in this for years. And so before we hire outside counsel, I would like to hear from them. And then once they provide that information, then maybe I'll think that we might not need, I do still think we need outside counsel, but I would like town council to provide us at least with their legal memo on the law in, first the guidelines. We can send them Alex Whiteside's memo with his thoughts, and either they can confirm them or dispute them. And to me, I think that is the right thing to do. I think we would be honoring Alex, and would be putting my fears at rest. So can we do that?
Certainly, I think that's very fair.
I would be in support of that.
Yeah. I would be supportive. I think that would give us all just sort of a sense of a legal understanding of what is. So can we ask that, Tim, and
We'll send
get a
that
memo?
to-
That would be great as a starting point. And I think, because I think that's different from having somebody who specializes in writing zoning, who I would like to look over. And my understanding is if we send them, we're gonna send a.
Can I suggest a starting point with that conversation with that attorney?
Yeah.
Just ask them if they're familiar with the model bylaw, and have they seen any issues that would concern them? Because
This
if that's
isn't
your
about the
starting point.
bylaw.
No, I'm talking about like the real estate attorney that you were talking about. I forget his
The
name.
outside counsel?
The outside
that
counsel.
We may or may not hire?
Like Bob Mitchell. Mitchell. Oh,
Yeah, just to have an initial conversation with him. Are you familiar with the model bylaw?
Yep.
You know, do you have concerns for towns as they, if they
Absolutely. I think
using that
that's-
as their baseline? Just to get that, rather than say, okay, here's our version of it.
Right.
Give us feedback on this version. Just start with the model and say, what do you think of the model? Because that's just.
I think
If he's not familiar
absolutely.
with it, then ask him if we can hire him to be familiar with it.
But
I
I can't believe that that HLC would say you're not compliant if you don't use our template for our bylaw. So I think.
No, and I didn't mean to imply that.
Yeah.
I just mean that, you know, the model is the thing that the state has said, we like this, use this.
Right.
And the more steps you take away from that, the more steps you take into sort of the darkness where you don't know if it's, you know. So I think there's definitely a way, and, you know, Lexington didn't necessarily hew to the model, you know, and they were able to get something done. So it's not, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, you've got to do this or you're out, but like the model is the anchor. And if you stick to it, you're in good shape. And if
see
you
that,
don't,
yeah, and it's sort of a framework for us to work from for what we want our inputs to be. But I think that we should look at who Lexington has used, who, you know, Newton, Brookline, you know, who are the attorneys who are writing the zoning for the town, just to, you know, have somebody looking over the document, and you know, it may be things that they'll say, why would, you know, take that out or put this in and make edits. I'm thinking just more editing. So, all right, so Tim, how soon do we have to be moving on that to have somebody tell them we're working on this and have them lined up? Do you need? I thought we didn't have to. It's not like an RFP. We can
right, but
just hire.
I mean, if,
we need a scope of
if
work.
you've got something that says we want you to do X, Y, and Z, you know, then they'll tell you how much that'll cost if they're available. You know, whatever. It's, you know, it's better for me than to just get on the horn with somebody and say, hey, can you do this? If we've got something that says this is what we want you to do.
And
you know.
so I have reached out to a few, I've researched a few, you know, attorneys. So I have a couple in mind already. So I
who are writing zoning for towns.
Yeah.
Zoning attorneys.
Yes, yeah. So what I'm looking for is, one, asking town council to write in a legal memo about guidelines versus the law, and then also, is it appropriate if we as members try and reach out to attorneys and then provide a scope of work and they can respond?
I think the board has to make not individuals, have to make the contact, and I would say either through the chair or through Tim would be the appropriate channel.
Yeah.
But if you have names.
And Tim that knows that, I mean, the Bob Mitchell's out there.
Bob Mitchell's
Yeah.
highly qualified, and they've
If
already had
he's-
conversations with him, so.
Yeah. Might be worth
I've never worked
starting
with
with
him,
him,
but
but
I've
other
heard-
names too.
Yeah.
Maybe you could forward the names that you have to Tim, and then you can come back and, because it's, yeah, would be helpful. And we'll be working on that framework, so it shouldn't be, starting from scratch for an attorney. All right. I would be interested in doing that, so.
When do we have to hold the public hearing on the
Within 65 days.
65?
You could hold it December
Anytime.
2nd if you wanted.
Really?
No, we
we're
need
within-
two. Do we need two?
We need two.
Not necessarily.
No.
What did you say?
Do we need 2 meetings?
I thought we
I'm
needed two
sorry,
public hearings.
when I say
public hearings.
you could hold it December 2nd, I just mean that like the time period by which you do it.
We
just gotta be
were
before
within.
town meeting.
But then I thought we also have to render a report or an opinion.
Yeah, and frequently the way that the planning board's done it is an oral report at town meeting. I think in this case, we may want to think about a written report further ahead of time, just because of the complexity of the issue.
So can I just also, I'm sure some of you remember, but when the complexity of zoning is hard for a lot of people to understand, even people who are trying to do it at all these meetings. So when we did Milton Village, we asked the town clerk to send out an email with information, and we did a recorded webinar so that there was a link to town meeting members so that they could get informed ahead of time. So I think a lot of town meeting members on the floor, to get all of this information like on the floor, it's going to be really probably overwhelming. So we need to probably think about a little bit of
Presentation,
something, and maybe even the way town meeting is structured is to do a presentation and questions, but then not have a vote like the same night, so people can kind of digest it, come back with more questions.
And I think having a build-out analysis, cost analysis, it will all be part of the,
Right.
the context and the what we provide as much information as possible for making that decision and what this means and what it looks like, so.
When does it go to the warrant? Before or after we have that public hearing?
Because
if
I have-
Second, and then the
Yeah,
warrant meeting.
I'm being flip when I say December 2nd.
I see it like September, right, the end of the month?
Yeah, I have the proposed schedule on my desk upstairs. I can actually go grab it because I think I think it would be handy to have that information, just in terms of, because there's some kind of forward-looking clocks in terms of statute where it says once you get the zoning, you've got 65 days to hold a public hearing, 21 days to render an opinion, and then there's like certain backwards-looking ones. So like the warrant's got to be printed here and it's got to go in the mail here, and so those things overlap in a way that we need to be sort of conscious of. So I do actually want to go upstairs and grab that sheet if you don't mind. So I'm going to go.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
and just before you go, so the other thing is, I know some people think that we're behind schedule, but I reviewed the RKG's, their proposal and their schedule and cost. And one of the reasons that the planning board is behind schedule is because our consultants are behind schedule. So RKG, according to their schedule and cost, they were supposed to come to their first planning board meeting in July, and they just came last week. So they're about a month behind. So when our consultants are behind schedule and are not following the schedule that they propose, then it puts us behind schedule. So I just wanted
Yeah,
to
on this,
let
I'll
the
just make
residents
one
know.
thing on the schedules. I think none of us anticipated how many back and forths on the districts we were going to need in order to really be compliant in a way that we thought could work.
And we didn't get our first districts until June.
Yeah.
And we had been asking, I know,
Yeah.
you had asked, we had all,
Yeah.
we did not get those districts until June. So I think that's important for people to know that we couldn't start evaluating it until we had them, so.
Right.
So it's safe to say we're not failing in our duties, right?
It is safe to say.
Excellent.
I also think, in the spirit of Jeff Wilkerson, who was here earlier, it would be good if all of us just stick to the work and not to being critical of other boards or of other folks who are trying to make some progress on this. So I'm just
This
going
is a
to,
return.
While I understand that, I feel every board has a right. I was disappointed to hear our board, including you, it was everybody on the planning board that was accused of not doing the work in a timely fashion. It was disappointing. I have no interest in getting into it, but I feel like every person that's on this board, I feel the staff have a right to defend themselves. When the board was criticized, everybody gets criticized, and the staff get criticized too, because we've relied on Josh and Tim to lead us through this. So
Well,
if we're
yeah.
criticized,
We shouldn't be
excuse
in
me,
a place
let me
that we
finish
have
if
to,
you don't
yeah,
mind.
go ahead.
If we're being criticized for not, attending to this timely, it's the whole group of us. It's all of us together. I thought that was a little unfair. So,
Agreed.
although I appreciate every resident's comments, but I also feel everybody has the right, when criticized, to defend themselves.
well, in the spirit of moving forward and not backwards, I do think that we were hampered a bit, as you said, by getting some of the compliance. And honestly, as people have said, the guidelines have changed. I do think we've done, in the last 2 meetings, we finally have been able to dedicate a lot of time to it. And I feel as if maybe we could have done some of that sooner. So just to be honest amongst ourselves, having an additional meeting dedicated just to it, I think was a
Absolutely.
real benefit. And I don't remember what you have anticipated for next week, but I think
We have the
need-
memory care. So that was, what people don't understand is we had a really huge project in front of us for months that we were focused on, and then they
So can we manage that as just a presentation next week, as an introduction and no more than an hour, and then dedicate
we need to do
like
that.
at least 2 to this?
we need to do that.
Because
So
that's
that's a
going to
great
continue
idea.
on for a while.
Great idea.
And don't take public comment on it, just
Yeah.
have the applicant presentation, maybe staff intro.
Because
Everybody's
those were
familiar with
lengthy,
this.
late
And we
meetings
have
that we
events
dedicated.
next week.
Events next week too.
Well, I think
That'll be-
I
Should be
do-
pretty-
I agree with your
pretty
point.
easy.
And I do feel like the applicant should be
I used to own the place.
advised ahead of time
Yeah.
of what we're going to be able to accommodate and what we're not going to be able to accommodate. So I don't disagree with you. I think this is.
We were talking about scheduling for next week and really giving ample time for this in our schedule. And while we're just on that, I did.
Public hearings.
We have 2 public hearings. That's what I was just telling and explaining to the public. That we have been very busy. It's not that this has not been a focus. I did want to just mention we have 2. What is the date of our forum for this month? Could we?
Is Monday, the 25th, at the Keys Room, the 25th of September.
Monday, the 25th.
I will be away and unable to attend that one.
Okay, but that will be a community forum on MBTA communities for everyone to get the latest updates. So,
And our
in the
monthly
Keys.
tabling at the farmer's market will be the Thursday preceding that, the 21st.
Okay, that's great. And I also wanted to put a plug in for the Open Space and Recreation Forum, Tim.
What is that, the 19th?
That is the 19th.
Yeah, come to that.
And where will that be located again?
That's also in the Keys Room.
Also in the Keys Room. So that is the presentation of our updated open space and recreation plan. And then the next, we have our meeting next week, and then we have a meeting on the 28th, just for the public to. So that's great.
So this is the special town meeting schedule. This is a couple weeks old. I don't know if it's necessarily up to date, but backing in from Monday, December 4th, which is when it's scheduled. So warrant gets delivered to town meeting members Friday, November 17th. The printer delivers the warrant to the post office on November 13th. The final warrant to printer date is an important one, November 2nd. So that entails the select board approving the warrant on October 24th, which, so they've got a closing date for the warrant of September 22nd. Closing the warrant is a big deal, it's serious, but they can reopen the warrant. So
I'm sorry, what date was that?
the 22nd of September.
Okay.
So it's,
So that's why Zoe mentioned the 22nd.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that approval date for approving the warrant and then getting the warrant to the printer on November 2nd, I think are the real crucial ones, because once that happens, there's no more opening or closing. And this is significant because where the language is now is extremely fluid up until the warrant needs to be finalized.
Tim, what's the approval date? I missed that.
October 24th.
October 24th.
So, again, you don't want to get in the habit of constantly opening and closing the warrant, but if there's an amendment or a change or an edit to the language, it's conceivable to do that and get a fresh article in. And I think there's the window where you want to be having a public hearing, so that the public hearing, any changes that come out of that, you don't have to have a concern about scope of kind of what's in the warrant. You don't want to have it after November 2nd, because the warrant is all said and done at that point. It's going to the printer. So, the period right now, there's a lot of opportunity to change that language, to amend that language, to adopt a different language. That opportunity starts to calcify as the weeks go by.
Question, Tim, does a map require a separate article?
The map would require a separate article. The other thing that would require a separate article is the creation of the mixed-use district in Milton Village. The way that the state is kind of navigating this new sort of guideline is that effectively your mixed-use district is, kind of doesn't count as a multifamily district. So the sort of the units are, it basically, it's got to be kind of following along with the other language that sort of adopts this thing. So, that'll have to be separate language. And then the map
So
is...
you say separate language, meaning a zoning article dedicated to just that subdistrict?
Right, so you would basically say, you do the article as it's, well, not necessarily.
That's why it's not in this current article?
Right. So, and effectively, the change would really just be, instead of mixed use being permitted, it would be a relatively simple kind of language change. Mixed use is not just permitted, but a required use. So that would be something, and that's something that, the select board is concerned about relative to the quantum of vote, for these articles. Because that's something that, again, definitely is a 2/3 majority vote. And so that's something that I think they're very interested in keeping those separate, for those reasons.
So you would have a baseline article that has that, in the baseline article, that district is just residential. And then a separate article.
With mixed use permitted.
Oh, with mixed use permitted.
Right, and you do.
Because mixed use is permitted anywhere,
Yeah,
though.
so you can allow it wherever you want.
That's not a special thing.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
The requirement.
It's the requirement, gotcha.
And the state, and again, this is something that.
So if
I
we
think
wanted to write our own zoning, though, with that included in that article, we could do that
Conceivably, yeah.
in our own.
And that would be a 50.
And then we don't have to have a separate article. If we choose. I'm not saying, the select board have gone one route, but we can also
I guess
go a different route.
Yeah, I just think we're going to cause some confusion for residents if we have two different paths. I think the select board, I watched their meeting, it seemed like they wanted they were concerned about a deadline, and then, so they wanted to get a place, something that's compliant, but, there's things in it that are obviously not that well reviewed. But I think it would be better for the whole town if we at least give that a good look as a starting point, so that we don't have people trying to understand one set of zoning is going to be challenging enough. To have separate paths with different zoning, people advocating for different ones of those, I think is going to be very confusing and difficult.
I know, that's why it's unfortunate they did that. And of course, we want to make the deadline. And we never said we didn't want to make the deadline. And so that's why I feel like it's unfortunate they did what they did.
And I'm not going to defend one way or another, but that's the
We can't
cards
do-
that we've been
that's what we've
played,
dealt with.
you know?
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to advocate for the best for the town. It's hard to have people understand zoning, and I've been involved in some of these at town meeting where I feel like, oh gosh, we've had so much work going to this article, and it's getting sent back for further review because somebody didn't understand something, and it just, it will get to a point where if it's hard enough with one article, I just concerned, if we feel it's that greatly flawed that we can't work with it, that's another story. But I do think we should start with it. Tim developed it with that model bylaw. There's no reason to think that it's not a good start, in my view. It needs some revision, yes, and I'm fine with having council look at it too. But I don't think we should immediately say, because we're upset that they took that action, that we should just put it aside and start our own. I don't think that's working best for the town.
I don't think we're doing that. But Tim, the other thing I was just going to ask is, for site plan approval, other towns are doing their own articles separately with site plan approval that includes the architectural review. In my reading the zoning, I did not really see good site plan approval language.
And that's one thing that I think, in the red line comments, of the draft that I sent along, there's a flag that says, this is something that you're going to need to talk about. Do you want to use the site plan review procedures that are in the model, which are a little bit different from ours? I think they're pretty okay. They may not include everything that you're interested in. Do we want to just defer back to our own existing site plan approval? Do you want to create entirely new site plan approval? So, that's all up for grabs. You could have, again, another article that just says we're going to amend the base zoning for site plan approval.
That's what I'm
for
almost
everything.
leaning to doing, that keeping our base zoning but adding architectural review.
What do you mean keeping our base zoning?
Our site plan, our base site plan.
I actually think that needs a lot of work for room for improvement, honestly.
It does,
because we don't have architectural review in it. It's really just site plan. I've had a lot of trouble, me wanting to offer a lot more comment than what it allows. So I'd rather make this stronger now, unless we plan to improve
If we have
our...
time to do that, I know Karis North has been working with other communities. Maybe we could get a draft of what she's working on, and
If we
could
can't
present
get
that.
it done, I'd rather make it stronger in this to get it. And I think we need to design guidelines. It was one of my comments. We can do those by the state, GHCD or
I agree.
Housing Livable Communities. We can do design guidelines. We need to do them because then that's the basis under which we're reviewing it in site plan review. So you're talking about how are you making your architectural review? It's based on your design guidelines.
So guys, what I'm hearing here is, once again, we're just rushing they closed the warrant September 22nd. Is that what we just determined? And today's what, the 7th?
No, September 22nd, you're right, they closed.
So it's 14 days to do everything that we just said. And okay, let's try to do that, but why wouldn't we petition the state for more time? I don't get it. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but wouldn't you want to write them a letter and say, hey guys, we can't get this done? I don't understand why that is not an
Unless
option.
the select board wants to petition, but they don't.
Why can't we? What we're trying to do here is talk about not serving the citizens of the town.
I agree.
I don't think what we're trying to do right now is in the best interest of our citizens.
One thing I would say is what Tim did say, though, is that they have up until the October 24th to reopen the article. The warrant, which they've done before to accept zoning revisions. So that's not an unprecedented process.
Is that fair? Is that fair to the warrant committee to do that on something so dire for the town? Zoning is the biggest change that we can make, at least in my mind.
Well, you call it dire. Some people might call it opportunity. But in any case.
So, okay. We want to give the warrant the opportunity to decide this in 3 days.
I think we need to, keep
I get that.
I agree.
But I don't see
know.
this getting done in 2 weeks. So I don't want to be a naysayer, but I'm a little bit more of a realist. I don't see this getting done in 2 weeks.
I know.
So,
if you look at the timeline, maybe we should go back through this for a minute with Tim and Josh. RKG comes before us
On the 28th.
28th. And we'll see Utile's work
Next week.
14th.
So we won't get the financials until after the warrant closes, right?
Yeah, which I think I've said it many times in the meeting. I care about the financial implications for all the residents of the town. So Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Jim. It's to me, it's almost impossible.
If this were your company, you were running it, what would you do? Would you take 2 parallel tracks, or would you just be like, okay, let's just try this, and if it doesn't work?
Well, you also recall that there are times when articles are pulled even on the floor of town meeting. I mean, I think it happened recently where articles were pulled related to the school, a new school site somewhere.
Well, how could we pull the article? Pull it and do what? Not have an article to vote on?
Well, you could say that the recommendation is to send it to the planning board for further study.
But that's no
Yeah,
compliance.
but how do we
We're gonna get
comply
sued.
with
The
how do
big
we
danger
comply with the
here is we're gonna get
requirement?
sued.
You don't.
One thing, and I know. Listen, I think the reality of it is this has evolved. We all have evolving points of view. One that Tim had probably 6 weeks ago, maybe more. But I remember Tim saying, if you don't have good zoning by the 31st, you probably shouldn't submit it. And I know that's a hard thing to say, and we're not trying to get there. But to your point, Jim, I mean, it's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming, and we're not going to put out a good product.
We already have.
We're not going to put out a good product.
We have an article, though, that the select board's putting out, so we can work on it.
Please. There was no discussion in that select board meeting.
I agree with you, but it's
The members
going.
of the select board approved that. I don't think there was any discussion. We have spent, how many hours have we all spent on this? And we're still trying to come up with what we think is good for the town.
I'd like to run through it, honestly, because we haven't talked about it, and I did read it.
You'd like to
in
run through what?
That zoning. Well, it doesn't have to. We don't have time to do it tonight, but our next
do,
meeting,
yeah,
we
we
need to
should.
run through that zoning instead of talking
through
about
that
it in
zoning.
the abstract.
But
Like it's some a boogeyman. It's not a boogeyman. It's zoning language that's common language, and it has all the sections in it that one would expect in zoning. So rather than talk about whether we should do our own, we spent like the last hour talking about this. We could have been looking through the zoning and the comments that we provided.
It's Tim's work, right? I mean,
We're talking about our path forward, yeah.
At some point, I think Tim would probably be most valuable to us to find a merge, right? A merge between some of the concerns and thoughts that we have and what was already created, right?
I mean, I think in my understanding of it, there's probably already from tonight's discussion changes that are going to need to be made. There's going to be more districts, it sounds like, sub-districts, right? So if we all look at it and say that we know that these are the fluid pieces of this zoning, but then these are the other pieces, like the site plan approval process, like the design guidelines. Those things aren't as fluid. We should talk about and try and set those first. And then we put aside and say, okay, these are the things that, okay, if you had questions about some of those references to DHCD, we flag that and say, talk to town council about it. When we go, that's the way we're going to make progress on that language. It's honestly, to have, just like we do with special permits, to have to go through line by line in a public meeting is time consuming, but we need to do it. And we need to start it at our next meeting, I think.
Well, we got 14
But I think
days.
we need advice from an
And
attorney.
we're legally
so-
obligated to do it.
Yeah.
Someone put forth an article, and it's our responsibility to
go through it.
I mean, we've had,
Like it or not,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
our responsibility, and it's our charge to do it.
Right.
So we have to do it. It's always harder to rewrite someone else's work. It's always easier to start fresh from your own, I think. But we have to do it, so.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I think that's a good discussion, and I think we'll definitely put that on our agenda to start going through all of that zoning and then have public hearings on that. But meanwhile, we will try to get that memo from town council, and we will be looking for outside, who's going to review the document that we want to put forth. So does that sound like a plan? Okay, so moving on.
I'm sorry, were we going to get a cost estimate for what that would take so that we know what we're going to have?
Yeah, we'll need to get that, but the board would need to, yeah. But we have $50,000 in the $20,000 left from the current grant and $30,000 outside of, except for we will need to pay Utile for extra time. So we certainly don't want to use all that, but so, certainly we would want to get that cost, and we're kind of scoped to review
Yeah.
that. Okay. Okay, and the last item on the agenda is the discussion and vote of MBTA reclassification letter. Jim, you were nice enough to work on a great letter. You've been working, and I did get another one that I sent to the board, which was another similar version.
Yeah,
I
which
think
was
there's
equally as good.
Which there's
from
been,
Mark
Christo had been working on something he sent, which was a consolidated letter. I definitely feel like we should send our own letter. I think it
agree.
reaffirms what the select board was doing. It's a little bit of a different approach, but I think they've not gotten a response as of today. I haven't heard. So I think it's good to stay in front of them and stay on this. I think residents should reach out if possible. But I did like, and again, I liked yours very much. And we can vote tonight or not vote tonight. It's on our agenda if we want to. My only concern, Jim, with the first letter, my first read of it felt more emotional. It felt a little bit more a sense of frustration, which I think the select board's letter actually had a little bit of that too. I think in our approach with the MBTA, and you had a lot of facts in there as well, but I think I felt like Mark's was it was non-emotional, it was fact-based, it was straight, sort of short, straight, and to the point. And I feel like that might be, I just wouldn't want the MBTA to react and say, oh, there's Milton, they're just all upset about the stairs or whatever. This was really a different,
Right.
Can I just say that since it was this middle to late afternoon, I didn't get a chance to read that letter.
You didn't get a chance to read it. Okay, understood. Well, I do want to put that on our agenda then, if Cheryl hasn't had a chance to read it.
Then in that case, I just would like to make a motion to send Jim's letter out. I think time is of the essence, and I don't think we should wait and delay any longer. So I'd just like to make a motion to send the letter, and the only change I would make at this point would be to include sending it to all the MBTA board members.
I would second that.
That's great. Discussion?
Yeah, I did read both. I happen to favor the shorter, briefer approach than the longer approach. I am 100% in favor of submitting a letter. That I will say. Okay. But I do requesting reclassification. But I happen to favor the shorter.
I think did you make a motion for my letter or Mark's letter?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to include. Yes, I made yours because Cheryl read yours.
Oh, okay.
I
read yours, but I mean, the other one came just late today, and
I think it's fair to give Cheryl just a chance to read it. We may have some information from the select board, maybe that they had a response. Not that that's going to matter, because I think our letter is going to be completely different.
I think it's going to different people as well.
If you seem like you were open to just sending, you would like to send a letter.
I have no problem with Mark's, because after reading Mark's, it's just a lot tighter.
It's tighter, yeah.
I get it.
Can I say a couple things or no?
Hey, you are in the room.
You can come and speak, yeah.
Thought you
No, because I think this is really good that we're sending it, so
Yeah.
Mark Christo, 17 Waldo
I'll arm wrestle you for whose letter goes out.
No, I really I don't care one way. It's not for me to decide. I don't want to be the one that fractionalizes the board on top of things. We want to bring people together. But if you do send either one of the letters, I think that, and one of the reasons why I came today was to speak on those 3 points that I think are really important for reclassification. We talk about the operational deficiencies of the Mattapan trolley. I think that's important to point that out, because it's very specific about how it's different from the other rapid transits. And I use that 2-variable versus 6-variable formula in presentation, but not in the letter. I think the other thing is that we want to look at the historic campaign to convert to rapid transit, and knowing that it was motivated by the MBTA itself, and with the resistance from the residents of all 3 areas, meaning Dorchester, Mattapan, and Milton, this wasn't one of those things pitting one side against the other one, because there was service in place. But I think that provides the framework to take a look and say, you know what, are we really rapid transit? Because it shows you what the rapid transit system would have been like if in fact we had it. It's vastly different from what the trolley is. So I think that's the second point that's really important. And I think the third point is that just in speaking with those at the MBTA that did the presentation for the renovation project back in June, talking about what that $66 million improvement from an infrastructure standpoint will be, we get a clear understanding that there'll always be that disconnect. And I know that I met with two of the guys about a month ago, both AJ Tanner and Joe Pavo at Ashland. We talked about that disconnect and how different the station is from where it was before, and it's a less seamless type of transfer from the trolley to the other one. So they have a real issue with that too, and I can't speak on their behalf, but it seemed to be that there was the thought that, you know, that station doesn't serve the trolley well, and that required transfer is more of a process than what it was before. So it's clear that the trolley is not going to be incorporated in rapid transit. So we've seen historically, we see currently, and we know that in the future, it lacks what rapid transit is in the rest of the system, and it's not going to be much improved. The renovations would be great. So I think whatever letter goes out, if the letter hints on those three things, because if you're fortunate enough to sit down and have a discussion, you could bring that stuff to the table. And you know, I've been working on research at the library here, and I worked with Jackson before, you know, looking at Boston Globe articles, Milton record transcripts, speaking to somebody at the Transportation Department through public record searches. If we could provide evidence showing what those plans looked like in the past, and you have that as a reference point for discussion, that's going to go a long way. And whether or not, you know, the reclassification comes, or if it comes through this process, at the very minimum, I think we need to ask for clarification from the MBTA in written format, saying if there's agreement that the trolley is not rapid transit, we get that in written form so that you can then take that and utilize that to possibly in a two-step process. So those are just my takeaways from having had discussions with a few people and having, you know, spent a little bit of time on this matter. So, you know, what you decide is your business. I'm happy to help out to some degree. And
all your work on this, and Jim's, and everyone
a lot
who,
of people involved.
everyone cares, so, yeah.
I mean, we all care about the community. We come at it from different approaches, but certainly I think it's something worth pursuing, and I want to see it done objectively and fairly.
Right.
You know, I think that's the best task.
Yeah.
So can I make a friendly amendment to your motion?
Sure. Do you want me to withdraw my motion?
Sure, let's do that and start over.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Your motion.
Does that need a second?
No. So you can make your motion. Okay.
Well, my motion was...
So, okay, Jim, can I just real quick before you make the motion,
Sure.
I think, I don't think this is going to go anywhere, okay? I just don't think that it's going to go anywhere. I think that the board needs to contend with the fact that, independent of every discussion that we've had, the Mattapan trolley gets you downtown faster than Cleveland Circle, faster than Boston College, faster than Riverside, faster than Braintree. All right, so in addition to all of the things that the T and HLC have already told us about how they classify and define rapid transit, the actual functional thing, how quick does it get you downtown in the peak commuting hour, it beats other forms of rapid transit.
My daughter commuted, took her an hour and a half.
Meredith, I mean, this is
just not true. It's just not true.
This is anecdotal information. I mean, I'm looking at. I mean, I do this.
Well, I disagree. I mean,
I do this on a weekly basis. You know, comparing these on.
Well, I think we can send the letter. There's no harm in doing it. It may not change anything.
But I actually think there's actually a great harm in doing it.
I do want to hear this because I'd like to understand this better. Continue on. And where does the data come from?
So you put this into Google Maps. You put this into the MBTA's own trip planner. So it's apples to apples based on the same inputs that all of these mapping softwares have. I mean, I've got it right now. 8:45 a.m. Friday, September 8th. Cleveland Circle to downtown crossing could take you 35 minutes, could take you 39 minutes, depending on when you leave the house. Braintree, which is heavy rail, rapid transit, terminus of the Red Line. 8:45 a.m. Friday, September 8th, 43 minutes from Braintree to downtown crossing. Now that's because of slow zones. Those will hopefully get fixed. But Boston College, Green Line, 8:45 a.m. arrive at downtown crossing Friday, September 8th, 47 minutes. Riverside, D-Line terminus, 8:45 a.m. arrival at Downtown Crossing Friday, September 8th, 47 minutes. The same trip from Capon Street is anywhere between 36 and 39 minutes.
What about Mattapan? Because you're starting at the beginning of the trip.
That's fine. I did from Capon Street because that's the last one in Milton. So Mattapan.
Not if you hit it and have to wait 20 minutes. Sometimes you
Well,
can have
I
to
mean,
wait
Meredith.
20
But like you
minutes
could.
for a
I mean,
red
you
light.
could show
don't know.
you could show up and the train arrives 10 seconds after you show up. 40 minutes from Mattapan. So a few minutes more than Capon Street. So the actual thing that we care about, how fast does it get you to downtown, is comparable or better to other lines and other stations that there's no question that these are rapid transit. So
You don't have to disembark. I mean, there's a lot of arguments for why this is not rapid transit, and I would like to send this letter.
No, I mean,
We can debate it again like we
Yeah,
did last
let's
time, or we
just-
can just say, you know what?
No, I mean,
we're gonna send them a letter.
and I don't have a vote here. I just wanted to make sure that I got
Thank you.
that
I
interpretation
do.
in
I would-
before the discussion happened. You all can do, what you feel you need to do, but I just think that, and you say there's no harm in doing it, but
I actually
this
think there is harm in doing it. I'm just going to say, I know you're going to take your vote, and I'm going to be outnumbered. And if you want to take a vote with my not having read the other letter, if it's in
No,
the
I
same
think that you should
context
read
of
it.
what it's already been stated as it would say, I am going to make my case, or at least make for the public to know why I'm taking my votes the way I am. I actually think that a letter that complains about the lack of investment and the quality of the MBTA is a wrong message to send. I think I've been consistent about that. I think we should be advocating for better service because it's better for our residents, it's better for our climate, it's better for our region. I've said before, we're part of a regional economy. We all benefit from that. Our jobs, our businesses, we all benefit from a strong economy. Increasingly, it's more and more difficult to see how that's going to stay. I mean, I'll talk anecdotally a little bit. I have a 22-year-old and a 24-year-old who are telling me that their friends are finding it difficult to locate here. They're considering jobs out of states and other places because it's cheaper to live. We have to think about the fact that Milton right now, I've been told by a realtor, maybe that you can confirm this, Meredith, that to buy a home in Milton now, the average home is over $1 million. So look at what we're trying to do with the zoning. We're trying to increase the housing stock in a way that can help people, the children that we've all raised, be able to stay in the state, hopefully, and hopefully near where we raised them, or even in the same town that we raised them in. And as far as the climate is concerned, we've heard a number of times that emissions from transit are our biggest problem from this state. Look at the extreme weather we're having. If we can locate more of that housing that we know we need near the trolley and we ask for better service so that our kids will take it and can take it, my son taking the commuter rail right now rather than the red line, but then we also locate housing near where we have amenities. Think about it, there's supermarkets, groceries, drugstore, CVS, cafes, restaurants, shops, and other services that you can all walk to from this area. A lot of it's on the Boston side. We're hoping our mixed use is going to bring a little bit more to the Milton side because people in Milton say they want that. And a lot of the people who bought their homes near the trolley and said that they did take it, and it has become less reliable, they would like to see it be more reliable. So I think the message of the letter is it going against all those smart planning principles, and it's going to, I'm afraid, be viewed in a similar way as to our lack of taking the 10% affordability requirement coming from the state seriously, and therefore all of those 1040Bs that we just had were kind of be able to come through because we were not taken seriously that we had this obligation. So that's my fear in the letter. I know you all don't agree with me on it, but I want the public, that in the public record of why my vote will be the way it is.
Well, this history of sending a letter dates back at least months ago. And the planning board had a discussion about sending a letter to request reclassification. There was a lot of emotion that night, and you were opposed to sending the letter. And I agreed that we shouldn't send the letter. I said it'd be better for the town to have a uniform approach. And I was an advocate for working together with the select board to come up with a letter. Meredith was our designee, representing the planning board. She did work with what I heard in the select board meeting the other night. The letter was written by the chair, with the town administrator working with him, and Meredith. That letter, I think, represented what the chair of the select board preferred to write, what the planning board preferred to write, based on your participation in it, and the town administrator. And that letter was then changed without the consent of Meredith, so without the consent of the planning board. That's different than what the select board said the other night, but that was changed without the consent of the planning board and then submitted. The collaborative process that I was a supporter of, aligned with you to make sure that the two boards work together, was not broken by the planning board. That collaborative process was broken by the select board. There's been a lot of discussion about that second letter, and it's been described as not being materially different, and most recently was described as being made more contemporary. The fact is, the intent of the first letter and the intent of the second letter are very different. The conversation has gone on so long. I actually think that what should go up on the planning board, on our website, available for the residents to read, is the original draft and then the final letter. And instead of the residents having to believe what any one person says on either board, let them read both letters and let them make their own determination whether it is materially different or not. So I don't like the process. I don't like the criticism that our board is hearing. I don't like the assertion that we went awry of the select board. That's not the case at all. So I would propose that both letters are put up on the website and let the residents see. Let them view it, let them read it, let them understand it, and let them decide if it's materially different or not. And I am a proponent of submitting it. I respect what Tim says. I also have listened to Mark Christo numerous times, talk and reason about this. And we have residents that would prefer that we ask. And we can't abandon those residents. Those residents that would like reclassification and to have to comply with a lower threshold, what do we say to those residents? No, we're not even going to try? I don't think that's right. So I'm in favor of submitting a letter and asking for it. And I appreciate what Tim says. It might not go anywhere. But I don't think that we should just abandon the residents and also abandon what we felt at one point in time was a collaborative process. We lost the collaborative process. I don't think we should not submit the letter. I think we should go forward and submit it.
I want to make one other comment about the reference to what the T didn't do in the 1960s. I showed a book that I bought and read through. There were many proposals made by the T that didn't move forward, and for various reasons. And I don't think that decisions that were made some 60 years ago should be the basis for decisions today. Populations changed, climate change impacts are different. And, as has been pointed out by members of the select board, unfortunately, the 1960s were not the best years for the U.S. in terms of racial tensions. And Boston in particular, has been known for being called out for that. So to me, there's things that are in the letter that I feel as if don't belong there, even if the main question is to say, are we truly rapid transit? And the reason that I think people are asking that is you don't think we should zone for this number of units, and you think we need more time. I agree with the more time, but I don't necessarily know that the number of units is inconceivable, because somehow this area needs more housing units. And the whole country actually is in the same dilemma. If you read planning or other kinds of general newspaper and magazine articles, every state is grappling with the problem of not having adequate housing and not having affordable housing. And there are, as a result, places are seeing homelessness, and that's causing its own set of problems. And so I question whether we know today, and I think I've said this from the very beginning, is it possible for us to zone for and accommodate what we've been asked to zone for? And we're still working on that, and we're still testing that. And I don't know that some people say we can't do it, but I'm not in that position, and that's why I'm not ready to say we should be changed, and therefore we're not able to do it. That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to say we don't think it's right that we should have to zone for this, because we don't think Milton should have to, because we're not rapid transit. We don't know that that's the right number, that's not a good number, because as we said, it depends on how many units are in the district and how far we're going to get with it. So if the letter said went to DHCD and said we'd like more time, I told you I would support asking for more time.
That's my next one.
But I don't support, and we've talked about this, and I just again want to make my views to the public.
That's great. And
Can I say one more thing in response to that? If we can responsibly zone for 1,500 units, responsibly zone for it, know what it's going to cost the town to do it, I'm on board. I'll do it. We don't know that we can responsibly zone for 1,500. 10% is obviously a lower number, but I don't feel that we should put any restriction on us at all as to what we can zone or what we can't zone for, but I know it takes the pressure off the town. Trying to zone for 2,461 is a lot different than trying to zone for 980. But
we have the zoning in place that would allow that number of units. It's just not in multifamily.
Yeah.
We have allowed for more than that too.
We're getting off track of the letter.
We still have to absorb 510 units. You have it in your 534 units, which will be here once the 40B projects are built. So the town, if it was the 1640 that Utile showed us today as the likely units to be built, plus the 510, we're going to have 210 units at some point in time. I'm sorry, 2,000 units at some point in time. And probably you're going to have 1,000 of those units, which would be the likely Granite Ave development, which will happen a lot faster than everything else, plus the 40B projects. We'll have 1,000 more units in a relatively short period of time. What's relatively short? 5 to 10 years, something like that. That's what I see. So, but I don't have any threshold on what I would be willing to zone. I just want it to be responsible. I would really like to understand the cost. I would really like to understand.
So if you don't have a threshold, why do you want a reclassification?
Because one, it responds to residents' requests. We have residents in town that would like the town to at least request reclassification, and two, it takes the pressure off us in terms of what we're doing. We're trying to wedge all this into parts of our town, and we're trying not to disrupt the town at the same time. It's hard to work all that out when you're trying to reach 2,461. If your threshold was 1,000, I think we could be respectful of so many of these neighborhoods and not, have zoning assault, with regard to what happens in some of these areas. I mean, you yourself spoke at length about how you'd like to find some balance and not disrupt some of the areas, as they exist today. I actually think it gives us an awful lot of flexibility, but I'm not going to abandon the residents. If the residents want us to ask for reclassification, I feel it's my obligation, to sit here and try to lobby for that.
Residents have also asked us to comply with the law at the full level, and we're not irresponsible if we don't do that either. So
Cheryl, we're not ignoring that. We're working to try to comply.
We have both.
But Cheryl, we have to do both. What's wrong with doing both?
All right, it's after 11.
And I just want to say that there are a number of reasons to request a reclassification. It's not just this housing MBTA communities. This is a moment in time. We've all just recently become aware that we are classified as rapid transit. And we were all surprised by it. And we're all surprised that we paid the T $1.8 million a year. So if we get reclassified, maybe there could be an adjustment in our payment to the MBTA.
If we're less than rapid
If we're
transit.
not rapid transit. So there are other reasons besides this housing.
Is that true? Do you know that?
If you look in state law, yes, rapid transit gets charged at a different rate than the other types of transit. So I think I've said it before, we have to base our decisions on real information and real data. And if they come back and say we're not, then we can just move on. Everyone has said we've wasted time. We have wasted time. And that's why I just think that we should just send a letter. If they say no, they say no. And this has nothing to do with 40B. It doesn't have anything to do with affordable housing. This is to the T, the MBTA. It's not to DHCD or HLC. It's to the MBTA.
But the reason is you want DHCD to have it be a different number of units
No,
and a
but
different
as I
timeframe.
just said, I want to know for real facts. Like, why are we classified? It helps us to make really important decisions for the town.
That I support, to ask the why. It's not to ask for a reclassification before you ask the why. That's been my problem all along.
We haven't gotten, the select board has not gotten an answer on why, so.
That would really stall the process. But it is,
Yeah.
they're both aiming to the same target, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
All right, so it's after 11. Cheryl, I was gonna say, let's wait until you read the letter, but it sounds like you're gonna vote
Well,
no
I don't-
either way.
I mean, I said
I'm
if
out
it's
of
the same
respect, I would like to give you the
Yeah,
time.
it's going to be the same.
Would you like the time to, I mean, I don't want to lose another week, although I want to, if you're going to vote no either way.
Well, I can't vote on that one. So if you voted on that one, I would abstain because I haven't read it. And if you vote on Jim's, I can take a vote because I've read it. So I'll leave it at that. So whatever you want to do.
So I'd like to make a motion to send Mark Christo's letter to the T, to the powers that be, to the people that I have on my letter, Petering and the rest of the crew.
Yes.
And to Maggie's point, the T board. I think that would be a good thing to do. So we send this letter out, send Mark's letter out.
With the heading of the names that you had on your letter.
Yeah.
And is it possible to
yeah, right, I
have
didn't
that
print
I
that,
am
of
not
course, that's
a supporter of the letter? I'm named on Jim's letter. And I would at least have like my vote recorded as having abstained from support of that letter.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
think
fair.
the select board's member letter did not reflect that of the two
that was just-
members.
I mean, my
Words
name's on a
going
letter
out.
I haven't even read,
Can we,
okay? So,
True.
So we need a second before discussion, sorry.
sorry.
A second.
Second, okay. Any discussion, going back to?
So my point was, I don't really want my name on a letter I haven't read. So I would,
So we're
I
voting
don't
as
know
a
how
board to send the letter, but it should be recorded that you abstain.
Right.
That's reasonable. So second, so roll call, Maggie,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Abstain.
And myself, yes. So that's reflected in the minutes. And so that letter, so I'll touch base, Tim, tomorrow on framing that with Jim's, just who it's addressed to, and then the way the signatures.
Yeah, mine was
And
on
then
the
can
town, the planning
Yeah.
board letterhead and.
And
yeah.
can I
Yes, it
just want to make a point? This is the first time in my time on the board that we've adopted a letter submitted by a citizen. So I just want us to be sort of thoughtful about that. Like if somebody else submitted a letter to us and said that they didn't want this reclassification, would we also take a vote to submit that? So it's a little. It was a little surprising to me, like that was an approach that we were entertaining. So I just think from a sort of board sort of thinking about its processes, I think we should give that some thought.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, 'cause I think we would weigh in and, on that.
But we might be inviting ourselves to a flood of letters that we would then be responsible to entertain each one, because how would you select which one you don't entertain? It's
Yep, I think that's fair. going forward.
So that's a policy we should review then.
I think so.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So with that, I'm ready for a motion to adjourn.
Before you make the motion, I just want to reiterate what I said at the start. Thank you to Josh.
Yeah.
Thank you to Tim. I
you guys,
sincerely,
yeah.
I sincerely feel the meetings are different when you're present. Your impact and your leadership and your influence is really significant. And I'm sure the residents that came to the meeting earlier appreciate it too, but I appreciate it. I was the one that brought it up. I apologize if I've disrupted your life, for these evenings, but it's really meaningful, especially with, I think, the heavy topic that we have here. And Tim, I'm not saying that this is a forever thing. I want everybody, I struggle with my own work-life balance, and I know you do too, and I didn't know the demands that the other departments place upon you, so I'm not trying to make your life more difficult. I just know that this is a really serious topic, and I appreciate having both you guys here for it. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We don't need a roll call, so yeah. All right. Good night, thank you.